thank you for joining us. It's March 10th, 2025. This is the 6 o'clock meeting of the Preston County Board of Education. As president, I call this meeting to order. We will start with a moment of silence. Then the Vice President, Cross Kisner, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then after that, Mrs. Silcott and the choir has two songs. Mrs. McCoy, I'm sorry, have some songs for us, okay? We'll start with a moment of silence.
You'll please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for having us tonight. These are some of the members of Magicals. Not all could be with us, but these are the ones who are excited to sing for you tonight. 3 of them actually just sang in Charleston at the All-State Choir. Would you put your hands up? They were in Charleston singing for All-State Choir. And in a month from now, on April the 4th, you could hear this same song with 80 first through 8th graders right here in the Great Hall at 5:30 for the Fine Arts Festival.
Climb to the mountain.
you. I hope you can come in here with 100 singers on April the 4th. We're going to end with the African American spiritual, Nothing Gonna Stumble My Feet.
I've been walking with the Lord for many a day. Nothing gonna stumble my feet. Trying to abide in the straight and narrow way. Nothing gonna stumble my feet. But when my time on earth is done, and I hear my name, and I hear my name, oh, when my time on earth is done, these weary feet are gonna run, not gonna stammer, not gonna trip, not gonna stumble, no, I'm not gonna slip, no, nothing gonna stumble my feet when I go to walk that golden street.
Now the devil is a liar,
And a cheater too. Nothing
nothing's gonna stumble my feet, and if he gets his way,
make a slider out of you. Nothing
gonna stumble
my feet. But if you listen for the Spirit's voice, in a moment of truth, moment of truth. Oh, if you listen for the Spirit's voice, He'll help you make the right choice. Not gonna stammer, not gonna trip, not gonna stumble,
not gonna stumble,
no, I'm not gonna slip, no, nothing gonna stumble my feet when I go to walk that golden street, that golden street. Not gonna waver, falter, sway or fall, not gonna tumble or slide, not gonna waver, falter, sway or fall, not gonna stumble at all, not gonna stammer, not gonna trip, not gonna stumble, no, I'm not gonna slip, no, nothing gonna stumble my feet when I go to walk that golden street. Not gonna stammer, not gonna trip, no, I'm not gonna stumble, not gonna slip, no, nothing gonna stumble my feet when I go to walk that golden street. Not gonna stammer, not gonna trip, no, I'm not gonna stumble, not gonna slip, no, nothing gonna stumble my feet when I go to walk that golden street, that golden street.
Not gonna stammer, not gonna trip, not gonna stammer, no, I'm not gonna slip, not gonna stumble, not gonna slip, not gonna stammer, no, I'm not gonna slip, not gonna stumble, not gonna trip, not gonna stammer, no, I'm not gonna slip.
When I go to walk that golden street, not gonna stumble my feet.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. That was an excellent promo for what we would expect to see on April 4th.
You got it. Yes.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will have recognitions.
Thank you. Tonight, we have, I think, Mrs. Cole, do we have any of the students here in attendance tonight? We have one, okay. Well, Mr. Tatum, we do have we had a group of students and 4 teachers last weekend travel to Marshall University on March 1st. Teachers from PHSU coaching team was Mrs. Samantha Hawk, Mrs. Tina Cool, Mr. Ryan Cool, and Mr. Daniel Flowers. They had 9 students participate this year: Alyssa Friend, Madeline Funk, Haley Fulmer, Abigail McCoy, Dylan Moore, Allison Schmidl, Ira Schaefer, Penelope Schaefer, and Lincoln Wiles. And we actually had multiple student groupings or pairs that won during the course of the competition. The team of Allison Schmidl and Abigail McCoy finished with a silver medal, second place in astronomy. Dylan Moore and Ira Schaefer finished with a bronze medal in ecology. And Haley Fulmer and Lincoln Wiles finished with a bronze medal in fossils. I'd like to ask Mrs. Tina Cool to come forward, and I believe one of the participating students is here.
And Ms. Hotz.
And Mrs. Hotz here as well. If you guys would please come forward. Now, I know Mrs. Cool also informed us that we had a team of, I believe, 8 students who traveled to Fairmont State University last Friday for the science show, or 6 students for the science showdown. So, again, if we would give our teachers and students who are in attendance, I think the board would like to greet you guys and hope we can get a photo.
Okay.
All right. Give a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to our students. Okay, next on the list is delegations. If there's no objection from the board members, I would like to take them out of order and do Amanda Alexander first. She's on the agenda and she's joining us electronically. Is that okay? Okay.
Miss Alexander, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. 5 minutes start now.
Yes, Ms. Alexander, go ahead and start. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. For anyone who does not already know who I am, I'm Amanda Alexander. I come before the board again tonight requesting that the verbiage in the school volunteer chaperone policy be updated in order to give a clear definition of what will and will not be acceptable, and to also alleviate any unnecessary work on behalf of the Sheriff's Department. Secondly, I am pleading with the board to delegate the necessary funds to initiate the SHIELD program, so that I may present to the county commissioners and hopefully have a SHIELD program Preston County Schools before next school year. Thirdly, on the same note of safety, would it be possible to either find the keys for all the school doors or start making purchases for the individual classroom doors with a system like lockdown 2 or 1 model or something similar? Fourth on my list, I would again like to address iReady. I'm not sure how long the contract with them is for, but at what point does one start to question the levels of proficiency with that program, which was started in 2020, I believe? Are you aware that the application teaches methods differently than its actual own book at times? Did you know that the summative test remains the same throughout the calendar year? Would it not make more sense to utilize the weekly iReady minutes for extra classroom teaching done by the teacher? Instead, kids are being taught various ways to do singular problems and getting highly confused.
and ensure that the required training seems sufficient and that they are frequent enough to account for all the ever-changing terminology, methods, and added sensory issues and spectrum diagnoses that go hand in hand at times. I would love for there to be an anonymous survey sent out to the parents with children who either previously had or have an IEP or 504 to see wherein the school system is lacking so that those items may be addressed. It is a concerning aspect to me as a parent of a child on the spectrum when members of the special education department there do not know the basic terminology associated with this diagnosis. 6, I would like to see the schools during the cold and flu seasons, basically from October to March, do more deep cleaning if possible to aid in preventable illnesses of the staff and the students. And finally, I wanted to bring this up and I apologize at it, but buses, or the lack of them basically. This is one of the main reasons I asked for a K-5 virtual option. There needs to be a policy initiated to either give those kids assignments via a platform by noon on a day of a no bus run, or a pre-planned paper packet given out. It is not a child's fault if a bus does not run. By law, buses are to get children for school and activities. There is to be no child left behind. I understand where this is not the same as being in person. However, something would be much better than nothing. Would there also be no possibility of having a secondary run or shared routes to accommodate a bus not running? Again, it is not the child's fault, yet they are those that suffer for it. No bus can mean no hot meal, no safe place, no engagement socially and intellectually, and no learning, which is the entire point. Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Mr. Martin, is there anything that you would want to?
I would say that the requested policy update is on tonight's agenda for the board's consideration, in addition to the request for potential funding to work in conjunction with the county commission and the sheriff's department for a potential shield program is also on tonight's agenda. The other matters have been taken into consideration, and certainly we'll work with our directors in schools to try to implement some of the requests that have been asked of us.
Is there any requests from board members for additional information?
The SHIELD program is kind of tangential to the majority of your requests that have been going with the safety and whatnot. Mr. Martin or Ms. Alexander, the SHIELD program that will be presented tonight, is that program laid out in full for how that is? I know you brought up that another county runs it and that you thought that it was a good program there. Are we adopting the entirety of it, or is it just like one aspect of that where we're essentially going to have an officer for 2 hours?
It would be one aspect. In Jackson County, which is probably a very successfully implemented program, they did have a paid coordinator position that was, again, I think, a cross-funded amongst multiple entities. But in this instance, what we're asking for is for 2 additional hours of officer presence in each district school. That's what the potential funding by the county, by the county commission, by the sheriff's department would be. In my discussion with Sheriff Spiker, they were estimating a figure somewhere between $6,000 and $8,000, and that's the associated request this evening.
Ms. Alexander, did you review the SHIELD program, just since we're letting you go? Did you review the SHIELD proposal that is on the agenda?
I did, yes.
Okay, and that is what you are requesting that we approve, and at that point in time, you intend as a citizen of the county to petition the county commission for what we have on our agenda. Is that correct?
Correct. Basically, I was told by the county commission that if I could get the Board of Education to commit to joining the SHIELD program, that they would, allow me to present to them and hopefully, commit the other 2 halves of that funding. In Jackson County, it's $24,000 per year. That's split 3 ways. In Preston County, it would be basically split 2 ways because the sheriff's department comes under the county commission. So that $6,000 to $8,000 figure would be, double $6,000 to $8,000, so potentially up to $16,000 for the county commission to cover, which they are not agreeable to. They're very interested in it, think it's a great idea, a positive PR. And I think as the SHIELD program progresses, that maybe then hopefully the other aspects that are in with that and the safety updates and whatnot can be easier made because you already have that program installed.
And then finally, the proposed change of the policy, I forget which item that is.
And policy review for
1013,
volunteer
the school
chaperones,
volunteers and
10-13.
chaperones. You have reviewed the proposed changes that are on the agenda, is that correct?
I've tried to view that one. I cannot see it on my end on the public aspect where it is the highlighted yellow portion.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hodover? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. We appreciate you presenting to us.
Thank you for letting me do it this way. It's more accommodating to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is Celia Odell with American Income Life Insurance Company. Okay, so you have 5 minutes to present. Address the board. At the end of that time, board members may ask you for additional information. We may not. We may just listen. Also, if Mr. Martin has any responses, he can make them at that time too. Thank you.
Great. Thank you guys for having me. I actually stopped in to see Mr. Martin last week to ask for permission just to visit your elementary schools and see if they would like to participate in our Child Safe flyer distribution program. We did do this program in Preston County in 2022. It resulted in right at $600 in donations going out to the schools. Because the way it works, we print a flyer that looks like this, and I have additional of these if you guys
Mr.
would
Bill,
like.
too, they have available in their agendas, but if you've got any hard copies, I'm sure the board may.
Okay. The flyer itself has the school name on it. That's why I asked to be able to visit each school, because even once I get your permission, I like to speak to principals themselves. But the flyer itself is then sent home with the students. The parents can then request the child safe fingerprint kits. In 2022, it wasn't available. Now I have a availability to send home with the principals a snippet that they can put out on Dojo or however you communicate with parents' Facebook that lets them know the whole process of the program. We send the flyer home, they request the kits. We always suggest they get 2 to 3 per child. It's about protecting the children. They want one for home, one for grandma's, one for the car, one to take on vacation. Once they send those cards back in, the school gets a $1 donation for every card that's returned. And the teacher that gets the highest percentage of returns gets a $75 gift card for school supplies. That way we're kind of helping them out, and in turn, you guys are helping us out. Of course, we are a life insurance company. We love nothing more than to educate people on the difference in whole and term and why children need life insurance. It's something nobody wants to talk about, but we like to be able to speak to them about that. In 2022, you had 121 families request supplemental coverage from our company. That means there's a need there for life insurance and to protect those families. The only other thing I do at the school level, I do have the principals sign something stating if I print them, they will send them home with the students. And I also ask them for a list of their teacher names and how many students is in each class. I then prepare teacher packets so that the school is not left trying to count out flyers for every class. I make those, and there's a letter on the front of every packet for every teacher explaining the whole program again. That way everyone's understood. And really all I'm here to do is ask permission to visit those elementary schools.
Mr. Martin?
No, again, this is a program that's been implemented in our schools before, and speaking to Mr. Dell, I suggested she come tonight just to present this to the board so that they could express if they were in favor of it or if they had any potential concerns.
Board members, are there any questions or requests for additional information?
I would request that Mr. Martin, if I may request 2 actions, obviously no authority, this is not decision making, but if you could send out an email asking if any principal has any objection, and if you could put this on the next board agenda for our discussion with those results.
So, Mrs. Dell, with that, I would certainly have results by the 24th, and I can get back with you as soon as this.
Okay, would be great. Yeah, and you
Just copy it.
you have all my information.
I believe so.
Just to be sure. I'll give you.
Thank you.
That has my email on it, and you can reach me if you can save that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Okay,
thank
I
you,
appreciate
Ms.
that, thank you, and your choir's amazing.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the 4th.
Okay, next on our list is Rebecca Stump, representing the Brewster School Faculty Senate.
You want to shoot that in the style chart?
Yes.
So Ms. Stump, same thing, 5 minutes, you have max 5 minutes to address the board, and then at the end of that time, Mr. Martin or board members have requests for additional information, we'll do so.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rebecca Stump. For those of you that don't know me, I am a math teacher at Brewston, and I've been there 9 years now. I'm also the faculty senate president there, so I came to speak to you today in regards to the buses that are running in Brewston. I'd like to take a second though and recognize the staff that came out this evening, Mr. Knox, our principal, Miss Everline, Miss Kristen, and Miss Vrabel is back there, so I want to thank all of them for coming. As you know, Brewston has been on the I won't say hit this, we've been on the document for a lot of buses being canceled in our area for quite some time. So this week we started a week, and we're always hopeful that we'll have a full 5 days of buses running. We have not had a full week of 5 days of all buses running since we came back from Christmas break. So very concerning for all parties involved, being teachers, students, administration. This graph here is a little hard to read, but I'm going to talk about it. The yellow is the total absences that we have in the month at Brewston. So I went back to November, and looking at November and December, we have a total of absences in that month of a little over 400. If we're looking at February, now we know February was wild with the snow, but if you're looking at February here, we have a total absences of 662 absences for the entire month. Of those 662, 101 of those absences were due to busing. Then if we look at our average daily attendance rate, so looking at our attendance rate, it's 93.9. Of that 93.9 is our last bar here that's very small but still crucial. That's 19% of those absences are our critical and chronic absenteeisms. So looking at this, our county goal is brought up here. We have a county goal of attendance of 95%. So we're just shy in the month of February. And we definitely, our county goal for our chronic absenteeism is 10%, and we're at 19.2. So those are just some numbers that we've put together. The absences are, it doesn't seem like a lot when you see bars that are very different, but that's just due to the scale here. But as you can see, 101 absences in 1 month due to busing issues is a lot. When we think of our parents, we've had several parents call the school, message us on Schoology, you know, all the things. They're talking about pulling the kids from school because this isn't working for them. They have work. Some have smaller children, some have older children. Their work schedules, they're trying to, you know, make it just as well as the teachers are. And a lot of times, and this is no one's fault, but I mean, it's really no one's fault, it's just the way it is. A lot of times we're getting a lack of notice, and that's no fault. Like sometimes you wake up sick. I get that, I've been there, done that too. But it's hard when the parents are given maybe a half-hour notice. You know, the bus isn't running, what am I gonna do? And I get that, but it's just the way it is. The lack of notice really hurts them too. Ms. Alexander mentioned it that we would like something online. When you think of putting things online and having students look at that, my mind and a lot of my teachers' minds think instantly back to those COVID days of putting things online. And that was hectic, hard, the whole 9 yards. It was not ideal. So putting something online, it sounds great, but in the end, it's not as rigorous for those students.
She's just saying 4 minutes.
Oh, okay.
We've got 1 minute left.
Okay. Not as rigorous for our students. COVID 2.0, as I mentioned, and a lot of our students, unfortunately, still don't have internet access in the county. One solution that we have to this is our second run in the morning time is something that the staff and I have discussed. We understand that there was a grievance filed, so we know that this is an issue, but we also think about when we're hiring new bus drivers, is it possible that our second run could be rewritten in a contract that says you're going to do a second run in the evening and in the morning? So thinking about that, adding that into our contract to cover maybe those buses closing. We're wondering if this covers, in my contract, I have a line that says other duties assigned. We're wondering if that's something that's in the contract of a bus driver, and could this fall under another duties assigned?
Just keep going. We'll send you more time to finish it.
Okay.
Please.
So this is my possible solutions. Can alternative routes be made for when our buses aren't running? So for example, we have a lot of buses, and I'm sure you all know, that do overlap, do overline. They cross, I'll use Brandonville Pike for example. They cross Brandonville Pike, you know, one goes this way, one goes this way. Is it possible for those buses to overlap and do an alternative route when the bus isn't running? My work time starts at 6:55. Doors don't open for students until 7:05. Sometimes when I'm driving by the bus lot in the morning, there's buses sitting there at 6:55. So those buses are sitting in the parking lot for sometimes 10 to 15 minutes before the school doors even open. We currently have one bus at Brewston that drops students off before 7:05, I'm not sure what time exactly. But it drops students off and goes and does another run in the morning. If these buses are arriving at 6:55, it's very possible for those students to then come in the cafeteria where they are now, and that bus make another run in the morning. And if it takes 35, 40 minutes, they're still back at school by 7:30 when the tardy bell rings. So it's very possible for this to actually happen if we're doing this efficiently. As I just stated, we have one bus. And are there any stipulations of when a bus can use the alternative routes? So we know, and I love the alternative routes. It's a great way for students to be able to come to school when there's ice, there's snow on the road. That's great. But we're looking at, is there a stipulation or are there certain conditions as to where that bus is, you know, yes, I can make it, or who's calling that alternative route? Is it the bus driver? Is it Mr. Martin? Is it Mr. Plum? Who's making that decision as for the alternative route? As we said, I talked about the alternative routes. Compensation for that morning or afternoon second run, I'm not sure how that would work because that's not my forte, but that could be something that we're looking at. The rotating of the sub, so for example, if there's a bus that is constantly having a sub that week and one cancels that day, is it possible that that sub can then be rotated through so that the same bus isn't being canceled throughout the week, for instance? Just something that we were thinking of. So this is our call to you all. We want to solve the attendance problem. We want to solve the parent concerns because it's rough. It's rough on all of us. We have students who need tier 3 interventions due to, you know, possible special ed minutes. That's not being able to happen because they need 150 minutes a week. And if their bus doesn't run one day, they're not getting their minutes. So if they're not getting their minutes, we're never going to get them to, I mean, it's just a trickle-down effect. We're never going to get them to qualify or get them the help they need, which is something that is a huge proponent of Brewston School. So we urge you to look at the bus proposals that we've mentioned, maybe get something, you know, now that I'm bringing this up and our staff is bringing this up, maybe you guys could come up with a solution out of what we brought you, and we would be glad to help you, again, we understand that, you know, everyone's entitled to their days off. You know, we understand that, we know that things happen, but this is just becoming an issue, and we wanted to bring it
We
to the
understand,
front.
yeah. Mr. Martin?
Mr. Tatum, I did ask Mr. Plum to be in attendance, which, Mr. Plum, I know you had sent a response back to, on Ms. Stump. Is there anything you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, I didn't send everything back. We had to do some calculations and everything. There was a trend going on for the last several years. Cindy and I, my secretary, knew it was happening. We decided to count it and make sure. Mr. Martin, if you could put up some of those things. Start with the one that runs close, Mr. Martin. Runs close. As you can see, we finally decided to sit down and count it up to just confirm what we were kind of already thinking. In September, the city of Brewston had no runs closed, one tear out and one in Kingwood. October, it was pretty steady across the board. Kingwood had the most, tied with West.
This is a run canceled for a single day, is that what
This
the
is the
metrics
run,
are?
this is the runs canceled by area per month.
Okay, 5 months, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, but when you say one, that means on one day during the month, one run was canceled by one bus driver, is that,
Well-
just to make sure we're understanding it correctly?
One run was canceled in Aurora for the entire month.
Right, okay.
Another one, so I mean, not for the entire month, but I mean, once a month.
One time.
Okay, in November, again, you see it pretty steady across, and so what I'm trying to point out is we do try to rotate. So that's not the same area, but you'll see in a minute there's problems. December, had 2 in Brewston, 2 in Kingwood, 1 at West. January, slight uptick in Brewston. Now we're starting to see some snow, we're starting to see some hills. February, like she said, hammered with snow and sickness everywhere. But 14, great uptick. Now, one of the reasons for that when we try to rotate is if I try to pull, we realize that the runs in Brewston are getting canceled, and so I will try to pull a sub that I have scheduled in Kingwood and say, hey, I'll just close the Kingwood run, please go to Brewston. They just tell me no. They're not going to Brewston. They just say no. Brewston's too far, and they tell me no for Aurora. You know, if you live in Newburgh or something, you'll come to Kingwood because you won't go to Brewston. I can't make them. Traffic call-offs now, let's look at that one, and you'll see the correlation here.
Mr. Plum, should we be bringing this up? Because this doesn't have any particular driver, correct?
No driver names. Okay, if you look, these are the amount of drivers that call off sick per area per month. And you'll see the trend I'm talking about quickly. And it's not just this year. And I have to be very careful of what I say to them because they are their days. I can't really intervene in that.
So with you saying that, but none of them are calling off more than they're allotted?
That's correct. We had one last year from the Brewston area, and once they start going over the limit and getting dock and pay, yes, we can make action then, and we did. But no,
I would say any employee that missed beyond 3 days would be required to have a doctor's.
yeah, they do. But as you can see, what's happening here, it's 2 and 3 times what the other towns are, which corresponds to the amount of runs closed. That's just common sense, that's going to happen. Mr. Martin, if you could pull up the driver incentive one. And I proposed this driver incentive each year that I've been here. I'm not sure how far it's gone, if it's gotten to the board. I've talked to some other counties, and they're doing this. We're doing this with our professional staff. We're giving incentives not to take their days. What do we do now for professionals? Where's it, $500?
If you miss 4.
4 days for $500?
Yes, and it comes from the state.
So, I've talked talked to other counties, and it's anywhere from 2 to 5 days. And it's anywhere from $500. I believe Montana is given, if you miss fewer than 2 days, you get $1,050 is what I was told. So I don't know if the board would want to entertain this at some point. The one thing I'm hearing at the bus conferences is that this actually saves us a lot of money in the long run, because when your driver calls off, they're still getting paid. You can take sick day. And then if I can find a sub that day for them, you're paying the driver and the sub. So if you pay fewer subs, you're saving money. However, like most things, it's a double-edged sword. That would not get me more sub drivers in the future, because they would make less money.
Mr. Plum, one thing I would say is for us, the board to consider something of this nature, this would have to be a $5 sub.
Sure. You would have to give this to cooks, custodians, so I don't know if that's something that you want to consider, but I see that would be something that would actually reduce those number of calls. And again, I've responded to them. I mean, and you may need to know this, so it makes a little more sense. I have several drivers on the list, maybe anywhere from 15 to 17, but they all don't want to work every day. They're retired drivers, a lot of them. Some winter, and they spend 4 to 5 months in Florida. Some don't want to drive in Brewston or Aurora. Some will drive in Brewston but not Kingwood. So we have a lot of that. It's not that, like in the mindset, kind of like the teachers, like I call you and you'll just go to any school. They don't do that. I have maybe 3 or 4 out now with serious medical drivers with serious medical conditions. I found out another one today has to have immediate open heart surgery. So that's 4 or 5 subs tied up every single day that can't go to somewhere else. We have subs that just, like I said, don't want to go to certain towns. We have subs that don't want to work every day. We have subs that have other jobs and can't work every day, so okay, I can give you 1 day this week. So that's kind of how.
Mr. Plum, I would say too, since 2022, we have run at least 2 to 3 substitute classes.
Some years 3
in each year.
2 every year. I called the teacher the other day, and he's getting back with me with a date on it, but we'll definitely be starting one in the spring. The class is very rigorous. It takes
Typically, what is the anticipated timeline generally
it's 4 to 5.
from point A to end the process that they're certified to drive?
4 to 5 months, 3 nights a week for 2 hours. You don't get paid. Some counties hire them and pay them as a wage. We do not. It's on their own time. So 3 nights a week for 2 hours, 4 to 5 months. You have to pass about 6 exams, state level exams, driving and written. It has to be drug free, FBI background check, criminal free. It's very rigorous. I took myself to get the CDL license. The biggest thing is you gotta like kids on top of all that. We often get used. The new federal guidelines say everybody has to take the same class to get a CDL. That class costs $4,500 out in the public. If you want to drive a truck somewhere, you have to take that. We don't give them the Class A, but we give them the Class B, which is a short jump after that. You can get it. We have people sign up for the class, and once they're done, we'll never see them again. They're gone, and we give the class for free, so they're getting a free CDL. We've checked into whether we can make them sign a contract to stay 2 or 3 years, whatever. That is illegal, they tell us. We cannot do that.
The only I can speak to that experience is when I was on city council at one time, that we would run police officers through the academy, pay for all the fees. They would frequently jump to, for example, jobs with county or state police. And generally, even though we had signed documents, we were able to recoup little to none of the investment in that particular employee. That's the only experience I can speak to that. But I do know it's very difficult to contractually obligate and then recoup monies when the employee decides to pursue other options.
Yeah. So, if I may, Ms. Stump and Brewston, let me just say I apologize. I have failed you as a board member because I should have seen this as a delegation, and it was my responsibility as a board member to have requested this be moved to a presentation or something where we could discuss. I've got 100 questions in my mind, and I'm trying to type them down, and the law just says I can't do it.
That's
So,
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
going
would
to
you like us
request that
to
we put
approve-
this on a future agenda.
Sure.
I would request that we even put it as a work session. I don't care if we do it like at a 7 o'clock, even if we start at 6 or whatever, like allocate at least a 30, 40-minute window. I'm sorry, you've come here, and I appreciate your guys' support and being here, and I hate to ask you to come back again. Again, this is a failure on my part. When I
No,
reviewed the
I
agenda,
know.
I should have had that changed.
It's fine.
But with that said, I'm just saying, I really appreciate your guys' thought and put into this, and Mr. Plum for coming. I just do think that it would be more beneficial if we can discuss as opposed to just, I'm gonna have a hole in my tongue if we keep doing this. Like,
Yes.
It's fine. I expect no apology. It was just something that we as a staff had been discussing, and we wanted to bring it to attention after we followed the chain of command, talking to Mr. Knotts about it. We thought it was.
Yeah, we appreciate it. This is obviously a complex problem that's going to
I
require
understand. Yes.
complex solution. I would like some consideration to be put into their suggestions of the second run aspect to be written into, but let's maybe, if you could address it quickly, but I think it's something that we can also do at the next meeting.
We can look at that, and what I'm prepared to do is take a survey of my drivers, because, you know, the one thing they've asked us to do the second run in the contract when they hire new drivers, and I'd say that's probably worth being looked into, but we are with what we have now.
Right.
Under contract, and I wanna see how many will put it in writing to me that they're willing to do a second run or a partial
Yes.
adjustment to the first run. Because, you know, verbally I've heard them talk to everything, and whether they will put it right. If they're all gonna say no, then it's a moot point. I mean, we're not gonna, but,
Right. So maybe if you could look at it too as a supplement, I don't know if that could be like it's a separate additional contract for teachers that, I'm just saying the thing
I've
about.
talked to finance about that so far, and I've been told that that is not feasible.
I think part of the issue that potentially could be, unless we, adjust this within the contractual, language, is the driver is considered under contract throughout the courses of the day. So, am I correct in that, Mrs. Varner? So they are, if we were to pay an additional supplement, it could be, but see, now, the one thing I would say to Mr. Varner, like with our hired shuttle runs, I mean, is that a concept we could look at? It
That
have
had
to be
to
some
be a
type of
posted
extracurricular?
position. It has to be a posted position. Our midday shuttles was a posted position that they had to bid on. Just to do a second run or an extra run
So that would
cannot
be
be, it's something completely different.
So again, we've already requested for an additional meeting. I just encourage that we take their document of their suggestions
Sure.
and run it through as much as possible, because 81 missed routes is not a good situation.
Well, that was call-offs. A lot of those were covered with subs.
But regardless, it's
Yeah.
a problem that warrants them coming, so we need to address
And
it.
the other thing is that we have looked at like the overlap of routes and one route being close to another, and we haven't figured out yet. One thing would be the messaging. It would be a nightmare, because if we started a route and say they would pick up just one road that was nearby on another route, well, all of those kids starting on that route would start on time, and then you would have to send a message out and say, oh, when we get on this road, now all these times are different on just on this day, and then you would have to message the driver that called off that day, and so a lot of times they don't get the message when we send it out anyway. So but if a driver would say, and I can do this without mentioning names, let's say a driver calls off and another driver say he's on his route, but he veers off and diverts and picks up Dennis Road. Okay, now that's fine, and we can do that, but if there's 4 kids on Dennis Road, they'll fit. If there's 15, the bus is already full with high school in the morning, everybody's on, it's not gonna fit. But then how do we handle all the other roads on that route? Why do these kids get to go to school and the other? There's a lot to it.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be an acceptance that, for example, in some of those situations, the kids are gonna be picked up, they're gonna be at school late.
Yeah.
But I guess the mindset would be, I would rather get them there late than not at all.
Well, and that's a point too that I wanted to, real quick, and then we'll get into a work session. I'd be glad to sit down with their faculty senate any time, the schedule, and we can do this. But the one thing that was not brought up here is on the second run in the morning, yes, the buses do get there a few minutes early, and they build that time in for winter. It's about 10, 15 minutes, and they'll get there early. There would have to be staff in the school to allow them in. I mean, right now the doors are closed, but if they open the doors, let them in. The problem, most of the routes in the county are about longer in the Brewston area, it's a wider area, some of them extend to an hour. You still have to calculate, the run doesn't start at the school, it starts way out in the country. So then you have to drop the kids off, you have to travel another half an hour to get to the beginning of the route, then your 45 minutes to an hour start. So yes, they're going to be late, but how late is too late?
Okay.
So,
I think that's to be determined, for sure.
If I may, because I want to just move on, Mr. Tatum, but the one thing I've asked Mr. Plum and Ms. Stumper, Mr. Knox, but can we ask, have we just tried to ask, or don't answer this, but thinking through it, have we asked if teachers will come in and allow an earlier drop-off? Because again, I think part of this is gonna mean that we're gonna need somebody there to open it. Again, we're asking some bus drivers to do some extra. I'm not saying we have to ask, nobody's expected. But anyways, talking through that and talking through, are some bus drivers just willing to, because they wanna help some kids get an education? So those are some thoughts that if we can bring those to the next one, I would like to hear if we had any, if there's any feedback on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this will be to be continued.
Just let me know.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. All of it. Yes. Next on the list is Lori Baker, Preston High School Assistant Principal.
This is real quick. It's a lot of what is going to be addressed in this presentation. But I'm just here to kind of ask that we consider maybe placing, since we're losing a position at assistant principal, that we look at possibly the dean of students. Based on what we've accomplished, I'm afraid we're going to go backwards. And a lot of our LSIC presentations show that. So I think moving forward, I think that the 4 admin that's going to be left is going to need some extra support when it comes to the behaviors and attendance if we're going to continue to move forward. So I would like for a discussion of the dean of students, which would be a teacher pay. Of course, I understand why we had to cut the assistant principal because of numbers dropping. So that's what I'm here to just ask, that be in consideration, and you'll see it when we do the presentation.
Okay. At this point, is there any request for additional information from board members? Okay. Thank you. Okay, next on the list is Melinda DeBerry, Preston High School Head Cook. Ms. DeBerry, it says personnel concerns. Is this something that you need to mention a specific person's name, or if so, we can request?
Probably.
Okay, so it's about a specific personnel matter. Okay, I move that we enter executive session so that personnel concerns can be expressed to the board.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Mr. Kisner. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? Okay, not hearing any. This will be a voice vote, starting with Mr. Hobatter.
Yes.
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 Motion passes 3-0 at 6:57.
Okay, we have a motion to return to open session made by myself and seconded by Mr. Kisner. Is there any discussion regarding the motion? Okay, not hearing any. We'll start with a voice vote with Mr. Hobatter.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes 3-0 at 7:26.
Okay, the board heard personnel concerns from Ms. DeBerry. No action was taken. Okay, the next person on our delegation list is Ms. Blamble. So you have 5 minutes
Okay.
to present to the board. Please don't mention any
I don't have
employees'
names. Nope.
names. Thank you.
All right, good evening, my name is Jackie Blamble. I stand before you today as head cook at Aurora School. But more importantly, as someone who cares deeply about the quality of food we provide and the overall well-being of the students of Aurora School. Today, I'd like to address the proposed elimination of my halftime cook position at Aurora. I am here to explain why this would be a harmful decision for both our students and our school community. First and foremost, our kitchen is a team. And much like other teams, each player plays an important role in ensuring everything runs smoothly. In addition to my role as head cook, the halftime cook position allows us to serve meals effectively and meet the dairy needs of our students. I have 7 right now that I have to fix different food because of their conditions. If the position would be eliminated, the workload would fall solely on myself. There's only 1.5 at Aurora. Without additional support, it would be a struggle for anyone to maintain the high standards that we set for food safety, nutrition, and overall student satisfaction. I ask you to consider each of your roles and imagine how you would be able to successfully carry out the duties of your position without the assistance of your secretaries or your team. I currently serve roughly 149 students, which will be added more next year because of Rollsburg coming up. West Virginia Code 18-A-2-13 states 1 to 90 students, 1 cook. After that, 1.5 cooks. That is, which is optional. In the House bill right now, it went in February the 17th, House Bill 2520, that if it passes, it would mandate this policy for 110 students to 1 cook. After that, it would be a cook and a half. Also, not sure if I'm the only person serving that gives the students the 20 minutes allowed to be eating lunch. If I have to serve the 149 plus the other students coming in with me being the only person there. I have been in the system for 13 years, 11.5 of those being at Terrell East Preston. A year and a half currently at Aurora School. Aurora is my hometown, and I believe most of you know how much pride our community has for our school. I love my job, the school, the students, and the wonderful community that would be a part of. However, I would have to consider my own physical, mental health if I would have the job responsibility of 2 positions, because that's what you're asking me to do. Unfortunately, this would mean leaving the position that I love and would hate to see unemployment anywhere else. In short, cutting the position doesn't just impact the kitchen. It impacts our students, our school, and our ability to create a healthy and safe environment for everyone. The halftime cook role is vital for ensuring all of this happens, and eliminating this position would harm not only the operation of our kitchen, but also the well-being of our students. I ask you to consider the long-term consequences of this decision and look at the bigger picture. In addition, I would like to invite each and every one of you to come to my school, do the duties that I am doing that you're asking me to do next year without any assistance that you're asking me to do. This would include prepping, serving, and cleaning each day. Our student deserves a well-run, a well-staffed kitchen, and our school community deserves to feel confident in the quality of the meals we provide. I urge you to reconsider this proposal and keep the vital position in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blamble. I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
First of all, maybe I'm overlooking it. Is this proposed position cut on the service personnel agenda for tonight? Is that you're saying that a position's being cut at Aurora?
Right now, there is a cook custodian. You are cutting the cook and supposedly adding a halftime custodian to the day's time.
This is at Aurora School?
This is at Aurora School.
Is this on the agenda, what Ms. Blamble is saying?
It was probably on last week's
Probably
agenda.
last
We
month?
added all the new positions. It was on the agenda from the last one,
Because
last
I didn't-
time.
One that
Because
we
it was a
already-
new position.
One that we already approved?
Yes.
Yeah, because I didn't realize your meeting was at 10 o'clock that day. I was planning on coming that night, but it was at 10 o'clock, and I worked.
Okay, so that clarifies one thing, because I didn't see it on tonight's
Yes.
agenda. Okay, go back to what you cited, the West Virginia Code.
Okay, the West Virginia Code 18A-A-2-13. It states 1 to 90 students, 1 cook. After that, it is 1.5 cook. And it is in there that it's optional for the county board to allow this to happen, or you add more. But the House Bill 2520 is in session now. It's not been passed, but if it is mandated that 110 students, 1 cook, after that, then you add more cooks.
Okay, and how many students do you currently have?
I do 149 students, plus there will be Roseburg's children. I don't know personally how many's coming up, but there'll be that much added on, yes.
Okay. Would I ask, why are we, if it was 149 students, and the state code says 1 to 90, 1 cook?
Okay, so state code, it does, I have my book here if you want to look in it. It does say that it is optional. That is it's a recommendation, it's not a requirement.
Okay.
And when we spoke with all the principals and we talked about cuts within their school, this was one of the ones that when we spoke with the principal up there, she said this could be something that is done. So I was taking it from the recommendation of the administration up there.
Okay. Okay. Other board members? Well, I don't know yet.
Oh, okay.
Let's wait and see. This has already
Yeah.
been voted on, so.
But do y'all not go back and add things, even if you take away, you add?
The board itself does not directly, it would come from a recommendation from the superintendent or the superintendent's administration to do it.
I just would, would like for y'all to know, until you walk in my shoes, that's 2 positions that I'm doing, 1 pay. I don't know if any of you would work 2 positions and get 1 pay, or if you had a secretary and you're like, oh, let's get rid of the secretary, I'll do it, and see how that does. You know what I'm saying?
We fully understand it. I wish for myself personally that I would have had this information
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Like I
before
said,
we made
I
this
didn't realize the meeting was at 10 o'clock that morning. Yes. But just to let you know, be aware that,
The only other way would be if anybody that voted yes would rescind their vote, but you have to have a majority in order for that.
I mean, we could look at, the board could always address that personnel agenda. But that would be
The entire agenda.
the entire agenda. That would be a major undertaking.
Well, Mrs. Varner, am I correct to say there were positions being hired tonight, for example, would be associated with that request? Is that accurate?
Tonight,
I mean, we have a custodial position being hired tonight, which was previously the cook
a
custodial.
custodial
yes,
position,
she's
yes.
taking the full-time
Yes.
position at nighttime. Yes.
So what does that mean?
So that position the halftime position is one of those ones that would be posted on the March 25th agenda. So if you would like for Mr. Martin or I to re-look at this is something we could do, because that is one of those positions that will not go out until after you guys have all of your,
Until after the 24th.
until after the 24th, the next agenda, because we were to have some hearings this evening, we will have some additional possible hearings the next. And then after you guys have all of the time to do your required action is when I will post those positions. So there is still time to rearrange that position if it is something.
So I'm hearing you say there's a possibility that a halftime cook position could be added back at Aurora?
That would be something that we would have to look at and discuss.
It was always possible, right?
Yes.
At any point in time that you think that the position needs to be brought, you can put it on an agenda.
Yes,
and we approve
we can
tonight.
bring
So,
it back up.
There's always a chance.
Right.
And
And there's gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, a halftime custodian during the day
Yes.
is gonna be hired. They just eliminated the cook, kept the halftime custodian for the daytime, which I assume would be a 5:30 to 9 of snow removal. So that doesn't really help me out during the day, at the end of the day, when it's time to clean up and serve.
Any additional questions? Okay. thank you for coming.
Thank you for listening.
My advice would be to come to future board meetings.
Well, like I
so
said, and let me state this, I really didn't know that my cook custodian was being cut until she came and said, hey, I'm going to take the full time because my cook custodian's cut. My cook position's cut. They're keeping so I had no idea that that was even being done, that I would be left by myself. So,
Thank you for
Thank
informing
you.
us now. Okay, so I think I've called everyone that signed up for the agenda or signed up in advance. Right? Okay. Next on the agenda is to approve the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the meeting agenda? A move by Mr. Hovatter. I'll second it. Okay, is there any changes to the agenda, the order, or any corrections? Or any discussion?
I'm torn as to whether or not to combine items H and I or to swap them, but I believe that I see value in discussing I before J as far as,
I before H?
I'm sorry, I before H.
My only
I guess
concern, Mr. Kidner, is the action needs to be
which is why I'm saying I don't know if we
finalized
should,
before you
yeah.
talk about the process to fill it.
I guess again, which is why I don't know if we can combine them or have those, if the board would be open to having some discussions there before we make the motion. My concern is, once H occurs, our timeline starts.
Right.
Mr. Martin and Mr. Tatum feel 100% comfortable with that.
Yeah.
I guess is all, I guess is where
To get it filled
we
with
can
the
buy time
process.
by not approving H.
I don't think that serves anyone's.
I mean, Mr. Kidner, I would say this, to me, I think typically the intent is to try to fill the position as expedient as possible while still providing an adequate timeline for it to receive prospective interest in the position. You know, again, what's proposed in I could certainly still be altered. I mean, that's a recommendation. However, the timelines could be certainly changed, extended.
Well, the 45 days starts the moment that we approve H. So that was my only point.
Correct.
If you both, in your discussions, feel comfortable, then I
I
will
would
not
say
object.
this, that the recommended action would provide 10 business days for potentially interested candidates to express their interest. We're providing a timeline for those interested individuals to know when they would need to be available for a follow-up interview. But again, sure.
Okay.
I have no further then.
Okay, then I'll call the vote for the agenda, the motion to approve the agenda. It'll be a computer vote.
The voting's open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Next on the agenda is presentations. So we have Preston High School, Local School Improvement Council, and Curriculum Team.
Where I say you can start getting that juice.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So, we're here to present what you asked us to bring to you, so I'm gonna go ahead and start. So, for our LSIC presentation, here's who we have as our curriculum team. I know you can read, so I'm not gonna read it all. What we do is we meet every Tuesday, second Tuesday of the month at 3:30. Usually the meeting lasts about an hour, hour and a half. We take minutes. This is where we discuss things that our department heads bring from their departments, from their PLCs, from what they hear from their colleagues. And that's what we do for our curriculum team. LSIC, Chairman, President, Tina Silcock. So as you can see, here's our LSIC team. Our meeting dates so far, we've had 3 of them. The 4th one's coming up on tax day. So that was our last one.
Does does that table indicate that you're at-large resident, or?
Nobody.
Mr. Seymour, do you have any prospective individuals that you're seeking out?
That's one of the things I'm gonna work on this summer. I really am. I gotta network better or something. So,
But not in this session.
CT employer, I guess, is another one.
yeah. This is a matter of, I'm just gonna sick Mr. Justice on maybe some of our craft people. When we have our craft meetings, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure one of them will be able to come on board. So, that's where that's at. I've asked Leah DeLauder, she is our theater teacher, and she's a member of our LSIC. She's gonna talk about the learning environment.
Hi, everybody. So I got asked to talk about our learning environment because I'm part of the LSIC. I actually got part to be on the PBIS, our new PBIS group that went to the conferences sooner rather than later. So part of what we talked about was what creates a wonderful learning environment, and on our list was definitely celebrates achievements. It gets people to understand that we recognize the wonderful things about them individually, not just as a whole. So we have been giving out some different kinds of fun awards that aren't kind of our normal awards. We gave out an Einstein Award for someone who's struggling academically but has a really, really bright future out in the world and maybe tries to find a different avenue for their academics. And then, of course, our Seinfeld Award, somebody gave a donation. So we're picking those funny people out of the woodwork, and there's a lot of them. We have actually, right, I have a lot of them in my class too.
Yes, you do?
Yes, I do. We have been doing a great job in our announcements in the morning, really highlighting both academic achievements and throughout the fine arts, the sports-related achievements. And I think it really allows people to all hear all the wonderful things that we're doing. I just had a student go for the Poetry Out Loud down in Charleston. She won for Preston County. And it was like the first time we have ever gone, and she got in the top 10 in her division, and it was such a wonderful moment, and that was put out there, and the way it made her feel was just really wonderful. We are having the Fine Arts Festival on April 4th. That's going to include all county fine arts people coming up to the high school and demonstrating for each other all the hard work we do throughout the year. The last 2 years, we've been working really hard in school culture, trying to turn around this apathy for school loyalty through and sense of community in the school system. We have taken to having very large sporting events for the whole school, and I'm not to say I wasn't into it, but I got into it. I'll be darned. And Miss Emma turned me to a cheerleader for the first time. She gave me a pom-pom. I was like, girl, do a high kick. And I was like, okay. I was just there to observe, and then somebody else to participate. And it was kind of wonderful. And I couldn't believe the atmosphere that was happening in the gym while the student-teacher battle, especially, was going. It was electric. It was amazing. And sooner, next week we start the volleyball tournaments. We've had the entire school go out for the soccer games. I mean, it has been really a wonderful way to feel a sense of pride in being a night here at the high school. We have worked really hard on taking these traditions in the school, the sword ceremony, creating these routines where we say, Knights rise to the challenge every single morning on the school announcements, and keeping these traditions nice and vibrant throughout the school year, and allowing people to expect them every single year gives students a sense of stability within the school system. We also have taken a lot of time in creating a student-teacher relationships. I can only speak to this as a teacher who is allowed through privilege to have students multiple years in a row. I know that not all teachers get that privilege, but sometimes I get them 4 years in a row. And the amount of trust they have in me, and I in them, by the end of those years is pretty life-changing. So in our book studies in the last couple of years, we've really talked about connecting with the students, listening to them, having them create the ability to listen to us as human beings, not only as their teacher, but as people as well. So we've been trying really hard to create a lovely school environment. We are starting a new PBIS program to help, some positive behavior incentives. We have our conference coming up next week. I will not be attending. I have a show that night. We will be going again on April 8th and putting these beautiful matrix together of how, I think you all have these. This is her is putting these together about allowing the students to know the clear expectations, not only in behavior, but in hallways. I got you. Our hallways, but also in the classrooms, in the restrooms, in the cafeteria, assemblies. Every time they come into the theater, like what are they doing in the gym? What are they doing? And on the grounds outside of the building. So these will be posted throughout the school, so they have a clear indication of what they're supposed to be doing. We also have a new discipline matrix to make sure that it's very clear to the teachers, to the students, what happens next. Some of the suggestions we had in our LSIC meeting, not to tip my own horn, but this one was mine. I think having a class service project will allow the students to feel agency in the building. If they are involved in the repainting, in cleaning up the school grounds, in beautifying the outside, inside of the school buildings, in putting murals in the building, in decorating things in the restrooms so they don't tear off the things off the walls. If they feel that they have put work into it, they will be less likely to destroy it. So I think that we phrased it as a senior gift that the seniors will be giving to the school every year, and to somehow facilitate that. So when they come back in the future, they see that what they have done has made a positive impact. Trying to find school-wide things that we can do that aren't necessarily in sports, that we can do all together that's outside of just highlighting the people who are doing sports. And as a fine arts member, I'm like, oh man, put everybody in a show. Just kidding, never. Regarding getting feedback, constantly getting feedback from the students and the parents and the teachers and the staff, maybe quarterly throughout the year. How are things going? What are your suggestions? What can we do better? How can we be more helpful? And last one, to try to find some varied collaborations with the schools. I know that I have only one feeder school, Aurora, that has a theater program, so that's a new thing, and students and I are working closely together. But how can we go out and really start the connections before they get here as freshmen, and feel completely overwhelmed? And I think that's it. That's for me.
So, bouncing off what Ms. Bellata said, the mapping out of the expectations is not a me thing. It is a team thing, and I've just had fun leading the team, but it has been mostly the PBIS people that went to the conference first, and Ms. Swire. She has taken on this NTSS and PBIS and just run with it. So she wasn't able to be here tonight, or else I'd be pointing her out. So as far as academics go, last year we let go of Edmentum, and so this year has been a journey to find out what we need to find the progress of our kids, and what I need as an administrator to watch the progress. We are piloting two separate programs. We have iReady and then we have IXL. In both of those, in the pilot, we are not paying for the product, we are just paying for 2 training sessions. So significantly cheaper, but it also lets our teachers try it out. I am trying to have conversations in PLCs so that it is what our teachers want to run their classrooms. And if they tell me they don't want either of these, then we look at rigorous curriculum design and building that out, and only that. So by the end of this year, we'll know where we want to go for next year. If it is a diagnostic and a tool, or if it is solely on curriculum and we look at another way for me to gather data to watch the progress. So in here you see ELA. They've had 2 diagnostic windows at the beginning 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, one of the things you'll see, we are building on the MTSS because we don't see a whole lot of kids moving from the red up or yellow to green. And that's because we are teaching our grade level content, so the kids that get it, and the kids that struggle, struggle. So, and we're not doing intervention in the classroom to move them forward or to fill in those gaps. And so that's what we are working on as a PLC and working toward at the end of this year to have in place for next year is what does intervention look like in the classroom? What does tier 2 intervention look like in the classroom for the kids that struggle? I will say that we did have one teacher that showed significant movement, and it's Ms. Silcott's class. So, well, her class is. If you dive into iReady, she did have movement. So at the last PLC, we did say to her, okay, Ms. Silcott, what did you do? And she said, I held expectations. I held them to it, and I pushed, and I told them what I wanted, and when they didn't give me what I wanted, I had them redo it until I got what I wanted. And so her big thing was holding expectations. So in IXL, we have 3 ELA teachers who are piloting. That means they gave it at the middle of the year, which is why you see a lot of gray on here, because it is only portions of the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade who are trying it. This means that they are trying not only the diagnostic, but within IXL, it ties to our curriculum, our adopted curriculum. There are resources in there from the textbook that they can assign. And then we can also create common assessments. So they are trying out all the pieces to see how they like it. IXL was brought forward by an ELA teacher as a possibility. She is one that has taught in another county right next door to us, said they got a lot of growth, and so she wanted to try it since we were in the middle of trying to figure out what we wanted. So this is all brought on by teachers in PLC saying, we want to try this product, and that's what they're doing this year. So, Ms. Silcott, do you want to add anything else as far as the piloting?
The IXL piloting program, the textbook that the English Language Arts has adopted for Preston County is the SOLIS textbook. So within IXL, you can actually click on your textbook and find it, whether it's 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th grade, and you can go in there, find your grade level, and all the content standards that are taught within the textbook for 9th, 10th, and 11th, and 12th grade are all listed in there for you. So when I'm one of the teachers that's piloting the 10th grade, so if I want to give them extra work on identifying forms of figurative language that we're studying in poetry, I can physically go into IXL, click on the star that is in figurative language, and it will automatically assign to all of my students in 10th grade exercises for remediation and practice that they can do within IXL that follow right in the standardized textbook, right what you're doing in your classroom. Dealing with literature, dealing with grammar, dealing with writing skills, it covers the whole curriculum.
So then for math,
Ms. Hernandez,
yes.
if we go back to your ELA ready, iReady.
Sure.
I think it's 2 slides before, but just so that we understand what we're looking at. Your bottom figure for instance, the seniors says 0% in the grade, and then allocated across the rest. 120/258. What is that 120/258?
So 120 out of 258 students took it, and that is because the AP courses are very structured, so AP courses do not take iReady.
Okay.
Because if we
So our
designate...
highest level English students are not represented in this, which is why
Correct.
the results are...
And I know that skews the data. However, when it comes to their timeline to be ready for AP tests, I needed them ready for AP tests instead of doing this.
I had suspicions, but I want to make sure we understand it as a whole, so thank you.
So then, math, our intro to math concepts teacher, he is using iReady along with his curriculum. He uses his curriculum for direct instruction, and then he uses iReady moved students from red to yellow to green and showed growth. And then go to the next. Sadly, one of the things we ran into is with our math adoption, we were sold that there would be a diagnostic. The diagnostic only went to 8th grade that tied to the curriculum. So they have jumped in with the IXL pilot because it has the math curriculum in it. It has the math standards, and just like with PLA, you can click on the math textbook and find pieces within it from the math textbook that was adopted.
So is IXL considered almost like a company product to the textbook series?
It is not, it's not something they sell us, it's something that they partner with the curriculum company.
So there's just been a
So
lot
it's a
of-
supplemental material for
There's a lot of
intervention.
crossover between.
Yes, there is. It also has SAT support in it, but, so what we're running into is, I don't know if you see the amount of red on here. And after talking to the teachers, we have a lot of apathy. There's not a whole lot of investment in doing any of this because it's not for a grade. And diving in, there's a lot of frustration. Talking to social studies PLC, it's very much bare minimum. I do what I need to do to get the grade to get by. And it's all the intrinsic motivation. So I do what I need to do to get an A, and then some kids it's I do what I need to do to get D for diploma. So one of the things we have to talk about with this is, yes, our teachers are invested, but why aren't our students? And if you as a teaching team really want this, how do we get our students invested, or do we not use this? And like I said, I'm okay with either, but I need our students to have, I need them to want to excel a little bit more. Right now we have a bare minimum syndrome, and I'm very much I strive for excellence. So it's not meshing well, and we've been talking as PLCs as to why it's not, and what's leading to the culture of D equals diploma. Within one of the guiding questions for this LSIC meeting was progress towards student growth. Knowing that our students were not invested in doing well on the diagnostics, it's been driving me to, how do I show progress? So I dove into the Schoology courses, and I can at the top of the Schoology course see the class average for an assessment. So I can click on 3 dots and see the metrics. And I saw most recent tests for algebra was 60 to 70. Most recent metrics for a geometry class was 80 to 90. And then we had that red. So it's not lining up. And then I pulled the DF report to see, are our kids failing to the level that our diagnostics is showing? Last year, we had 255 students with at least 1 F. This year we have 227. Last year we had 635 failing grades total. This year there's 510. So there's the improvement in students not failing, as long as that means that they're learning and just not showing it on the diagnostic. If they are learning and just not applying themselves on the diagnostic, that's fine. I need to find another way to measure it. If it's an inflation of grades, then that's another matter that we need to discuss. So I have asked Colson, we've talked about this apathy, and he suggested surveying the students. So eventually he will come out once he, as a senior, all of the stuff he has to do. He's going to put together some questions for me to send out to the student body to ask what's leading to the apathy that we're seeing on, or the lack of investment into excelling. But we're going to work together on that in the future.
about stuff. And I think, you know, when she came in with this, you know, I think that is our issues, you know, kids, I mean, they can do the assignments, but how can we get them to care about the assignments and put time forth and effort, I think is really where we're gonna, we're hitting that
I don't
point.
want assignments just turned in for the grade. I want to know that students are learning.
And you know, I think that's the
Learning.
point too. I think we need to look at where are we grading? How are we grading? You know, because if we're gonna go away from the diagnostic, what does our courses look like? You know, teachers can put grades into these because, you know, half your kids start failing your course, then someone goes, okay, is it a teacher failure or is it back on the student? So I think that's definitely something we need to look at moving forward if we go away from a standard diagnostic.
So looking at reasoning behind grades and struggles, also pulled DF list, just like I did last year, and correlated it to attendance. So you'll see on the left-hand side, these are the number of students with 9 or more absences, which at the time that I pulled it, correlated to chronically absent, and then overlaps with F list. So not a whole lot of correlation. Even if you miss, you're not necessarily going to fail. On the right, they're on the DF list. It means that 50 to 60% likely that you have 9 or more absences. You're more likely to have chronic absence issue if you're failing. And is that avoiding the issue? Or are you just avoiding the struggles?
I remember using this during your data meeting, but to me, I would have expected those numbers to be higher. I mean, honestly,
I did.
with the
I
number of
did.
absences, that's
Last year they were.
surprising.
Yes. But it's also concerning because they can miss the number of days and still pass.
Right.
And we have that conversation a lot of times when we have our meetings. The kids will say, well, I'm passing, why do I have to, what does it matter if I'm here? So
It hurts in your efforts,
Yes,
Mrs. Baker,
it
in
hurts
terms of you're
me.
trying to encourage them to come to school.
Yeah.
If I don't even come to school, I'm still passing.
So down at the bottom, you'll see total overlap, and this is what we're running to as a school. We have 48.2% of students who have either an absence issue and or a grade concern where they're failing classes. So these are our at-risk students. Almost 40 to 50% of our populations in all grades are considered at-risk tier 2 kids because they either have attendance issues or grade concerns. And that's a lot to handle as a school.
For those students that are in tier 2,
Yes.
50%, is the tier 2 with a human, or is tier 2 with an IXL or an iReady or past minimum?
So,
Huh?
go ahead.
So, in our MTSS process, I'll just jump ahead. In our MTSS process, I'll talk about this down there. Our focus this year has been tier 1, because we're just basically starting, so tier 1, we want to see tier 1, we want to see instruction in the classroom, general instruction be the same for everybody. Tier 2 is when we have instruction in the classroom, pulling small groups and doing things like that. Our teachers aren't there. So the tier 2 instruction, if it's happening, okay, it's most likely online, correct?
We've got some too, sure to instruction.
It just depends.
It depends on the teacher, really.
Yeah, it depends on the
advisory and different things like
Yeah, it just depends on the teacher as far as how they want to intervene. I will tell you that the kids are hating the computers, and so we have a lot of teachers just pulling them in class, face to face.
Tina has some.
And advisory.
And some of the tier 2 interventions are also being handled by teachers during the advisory periods every day. That's the 30-minute window that's built in every day for students. And like, if I've had students that I feel are struggling in each individual class, I will tell that student, I would like to see you tomorrow during advisory so you can get some one-on-one instruction from me, but you're gonna have to report into advisory, you're gonna have to fill out a security pass, and you're gonna have to come and see me, and then I can work with you one-on-one. There are a lot of us in the school that do this on a regular basis. That's how some of us are handling those tier 2 situations individually during advisory.
So historically with Edmonton, I would have said yes. Now, watching the analytics with IXL and iReady, I would say no. I would say they are trying to do it more in person because the kids want to step away from the computer and they want it explained by a person.
Can I ask something? Is there a reason we don't have it more across the, like,
As
how
far as
we're handling?
practice?
Yeah, and like how we're doing tier two. Is there a reason that's not something like, instead of just doing it online, is there a reason we're doing it both ways and not just one, so it's consistency?
So one, there's teacher choice in the classroom, how they handle their classroom. And we talk about it in PLC, but I'm not going to tell them exactly what structure I want. Two, we are just now building the MTSS process that has been in place in the elementary school. So eventually we'll have a structure, but I still need to give the teachers choice on how they handle it in their classroom to an extent. So we're going to end up walking that line of I need you to show growth and I need our students to show growth.
Right.
How are you going to do that in your classroom?
Right.
So that's why.
So, again, talking about the MTSS process, how this year we focused on tier one, next year our focus is gonna be on tier two. How's tier two instruction look in your classroom? And it doesn't have to look the same in everybody's classroom. However, every teacher needs to be doing tier two instruction in their classroom. And that's kind of what we're gonna be looking at next year, so.
And then just because I was able to get a preview of some of this with Ms. Herco, and so the rest of the board understands, the 9 absences is only all-day absences, right? Like, it's not necessarily a direct correlation. They may have 1 F, the rest may be A's, or whatever the variation is. But this doesn't mean they just missed that class 9 times. It means they missed the entirety of the day.
They
9
missed
times.
enough periods to count as a full day,
Yeah.
whether it be skipping or actually genuine absence. And because I am who I am, I wanted to dive deeper. So I took normally what are identified as at-risk populations and broke those down. So at the top you'll see IEPs, our number of students with IEPs, and then on the bottom you'll see socioeconomic status, so our low income, our students who are missing some resources oftentimes, and then our McKinney-Vento, our standard homeless students, to see if their IEP, their socioeconomic status, or their homeless status has any impact on their ability to do school. And you can see that IEP students to attendance, we're about 40% that they are at chronic absence right now, but they're not failing. They're not likely to fail. You're more likely, if you are at a low socioeconomic status, to fail, to struggle in your classes. And I did DFs on this one. All of the others are Fs. This is a DF because to me that is struggling. And I am not a D's diploma person. I want A's and B's and I want you to give the best you can. So DF to me is struggling. McKinney-Vento, we don't have a high enough population to judge because by the time you have 1 kid out of 5, you're looking at 80%. So that leads to curriculum needs. ELA, we are working on building and redesigning our RCD as a PLC. The teachers are looking at their common pacing. They are building out their common assessments. So if we want to go in that direction, we can. They have noticed a weakness in grammar, vocabulary, and writing conventions. So they have asked for meetings with the middle school to see what it is that's leading to that weakness coming in. And we need to do a vertical alignment with the middle schools and possibly elementary. And then eventually it'll lead to talking about what is the classroom look like. For math, paring down what is curriculum offers to what is meaningful. So we adopted a huge curriculum and it has this basket full of items that we can pull from, and teachers are now figuring out this is useful, and I'm telling you, I have told them I expect it to be your primary source. But that doesn't mean I use everything from it. So now they are looking at what do I find meaningful to implement into my instruction. They are finding that the PowerPoints that came with the curriculum, they really like. So now they're not having to create their own whenever they're doing direct instruction. They can bring up the curriculum's problems and the curriculum's PowerPoints and go through the instruction and note-taking with the kids. They are using the notebooks, the workbooks, but they're saying they can possibly do without them. So that'll be a conversation at the end of the year where we may not have to repurchase those. I have my CTE teacher, my tech, he uses this textbook every day. My financial conceptual understanding. So taking the concepts that they learned in middle school and applying them to the high school learning. And that transfer, because they've just learned the problem and how to solve that problem, that transfer is missing. They can't take that concept and say, okay, that's how I can use it here. And then, Mr. Justice, CTE.
First off, I'd like to apologize for not incorporating something more black or gray into my this evening. I'm sure you're not judging me. So, just quickly, one thing is here, it says reconfiguring for class requests. So one thing we're looking at with CTE this year, and not necessarily opposed to other years, but one thing we're starting to see are the numbers starting to change. And you see that sometimes depending on the programs that you offer. So we may see a little bit lower numbers in some of the auto programs. We have an opportunity this year to have our electric teacher teach all of the electric courses. The carpenter can take all the carpentry courses. So one thing we looked at was how can we look at some of the CTE programs and then incorporate a way to make meet all the elective needs that we have. So one thing we have in CTE, we have a need now with some of the numbers we look at from early scheduling is that we have a bigger need for a lot of the business and computer courses, enough that we could have a full day of classes. So one thing we're going to be able to do is kind of tighten the screws in some of the other programs and then offer more of what we need based on the electives we're seeing selected by students, whether they're coming in or moving on to the next grade level. We've also been able to look at some things. I know Mr. John obviously teaches some math and then also does some Cisco things for us. We have opportunities in social studies, and then also opportunities for some of the teachers that have numbers that have dropped a little bit, whether it was auto or a couple of the auto programs were down a little bit. So what we've been able to do is look at that, and then we're going to incorporate those folks more into some of the ISS and some of the duties that we have that we're going to need to fill as far as could be lunch detention, could be career connections, which is also offered now to the freshmen. We've had some success with that this year, so we'll have more of those offerings. So we'll have those folks available to do some of those things for us. So it's really just tightening up some of the screws and using those periods in that time to kind of fill in some of the gaps to help us meet the elective needs that we have.
And I will tell you in that data, the iReady and the ISL data that I showed you, as much as I question student investment, I will tell you the highest level was both their data analytics and geometry, and that is because both CTE and science integrate those skills into their curriculum and help support math. So we've been talking about how can we build the programs back in CTE because they are heavily supporting the academic side. And then back to the basics, we've been talking with Ms. Varner. How to simplify down what we use, make it important, and hold it accountable as admin, as teachers, as students. So some things may be cut next year as far some practices, some extra tools that we use, just to try and get good at the basic structures. We've been working on discipline, we've been working on the handbooks, we've been working on the MTSS process and how to support kids. So diagnostic, we're looking at the diagnostic versus curriculum, common assessments, gather to show growth, and developing a common drive to excel. How do we motivate these kids to want excellence and not just bare minimum?
So that brings us to the academic processes. We've already talked about MTSS a little bit, but again, our first year focus this year was on Tier 1 instruction. We've been talking a lot about that in our PLCs. We've been reworking RCD and recreating common assessments. And last year, if you remember, our one focus was high yield strategies. So we didn't discard them. We continue to look for them in our walkthroughs. We continue to try to use them. We as an admin team, whenever we do professional development, we try to use those and model those high yield strategies. Our focus year two will be on Tier 2 instruction in the classroom. What does that look like? Some of our teachers have been through coaching cycles. And in those coaching cycles, a lot of times, the coach shows them how to do Tier 2 instruction in the classroom. And more and more of our teachers are doing small group instruction, not just whole group anymore, but small group instruction, breaking into smaller groups and hitting the concepts that those students are missing in that small group. PBIS, I will say this. Nicole Swiger is supposed to be talking right now, but she couldn't make it tonight. So we went over this today to make sure I knew what I was talking about. And the PBIS, this is our first year for PBIS as well. So we've met the 3 goals that we were to meet this year. We have our team in place, we've come up with our operating procedures, and we also have our behavior expectations. So our next steps are to develop a system to teach the teachers how to implement this stuff into their classroom. So that's kind of what we're going to focus on next. As I said, we've had coaching cycles that help in this. How many did you say?
5 of the 7 teachers have worked with Ms. Murray throughout the entire year, and 3 ELA teachers have started in the 2nd semester.
So 5 of the 7 math and 3 ELAs.
But they're not really cycles. Cycles imply about 6 weeks. They've been with her the entire year.
It's been a long cycle. We do have a couple of people on focus support plans. Again, that's to help them to improve their instruction. It could be classroom management, it could be pedagogy, it could be using high-yield strategies. So we have used those this year. And our discipline matrix, which we'll talk about, we've talked about it, you have it there. Again, just to make sure you understand, that discipline matrix is based on the district discipline matrix. We just broke it down, so because there's 5 of us in admin, and there's 72 teachers, we felt we needed to get a little bit more depth on what happens on a first offense, what happens on the 2nd and 3rd offense, what happens if it gets greater than that. So that's kind of what that discipline matrix, we're still in the process of developing it this year. You're going to talk about that later, right? Okay. Speaking of attendance. No, you can go up there. I'll just do stuff from here, wherever you're comfortable.
All right, so attendance has been my baby. This year we have sent out 569 3 to 5 day letters. I'd like to ask the kids here, Colson and Hartland, do you guys hear of talk of, I gotta get to school?
Yeah.
So do you feel that we've made an impact on what we've been doing?
I do, because I think it's been a lot more effective this year. I think a lot more letters have been sent, and then people will say, "You gotta come to school." Like they sent me a letter in the mail. My mom is mad, and then it was like, "Oh, I've got to be close. I'm gonna come to school." Like they chatter amongst one another.
Okay.
So.
And that's what we want. We want.
I just want to interject in here. We are losing that position, her position next year. That's why we've come and asked for a dean of students possibly, because I don't know who's going to follow up on those 569 letters. I mean, the 4 of us are going to have to do that. And
Well, that's just
daunting.
letters. We've had 125 attendance meetings. 125. So you factor that in. I mean, Erin and I, and Erin is my right-hand lady. I mean, I couldn't do it without her. We have 43, like, these are high-risk kids that are on our caseload that we check on daily, just to make sure they're here, or to pop in to check on these kids.
How would you identify them?
How did we identify them? These are the kids that have missed 10 or more, and we held meetings. So we don't just have the meeting and forget about them. They stay on our caseload so we can monitor them. And then we touch base with the teachers, we touch base at home. A lot of the times, I mean, when we conduct these meetings, the students, I mean, there's a root, there's a problem why they're missing. It could be home life, it could be, a lot of it is, they're just at-risk kids. Some could be, they're having a problem with classes. We were able to identify a lot of skipping problems. I think that was one of the big issues when I first got here. Do you guys find, Colson, skipping better?
I do, yeah.
I do. Especially now that you're getting a call home for every period.
Yeah.
Like, I had a sub in advisory today, and I got marked absent for advisory. I said here, I said
lot of these students, do they often get picked up on the community and school? You have two
Yes,
community and school.
so we have
There should be
different
some correlation there as
referrals
well.
that we support based on, when we have the meeting, we do what we feel is best for that particular student. It could be a referral to communities and schools. We've got a lot on our caseload for that. It could be informal or formal probation. We've done that. What else, Erin? Help me.
All the time we talk with teachers.
Yes.
That's what we talk with the counselors. Sometimes it could be a schedule change because the kids are avoiding classes because they're failing the class. So instead of just going to it, they're just finding other places to be.
So we kind of get to the root of the problem with the kids. We talk to them, we have conversations and try to help them and support them to make it better for them.
It's just building a relationship. You're starting out just building a relationship with the kid and with the family. And once you do that, that's 55% of the
I have
battle.
regulars now that will call me. Yeah. 11 of those, 11 students we've been able to refer over to county office, and that is basically those are the ones that need to go to work. They have not communicated with us.
There's been no progress.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry.
here, I'm sorry.
Can you introduce her? I'm not
Oh, I'm
sure.
sorry.
I apologize if I've been in the
So
same room.
Erin is the truancy officer for the county.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
And she works in conjunction really close.
She's based,
She's
based in high
actually,
school.
Yeah.
She's right across from my office.
And I apologize.
but that's okay.
Terrible.
Yeah, she and I were pretty close together, and we created a team, and it's Erin, myself, and the guidance counselors. And I'll explain that, but how we're able to do this is we meet weekly, and we talk about those high-risk kids, and have those conversations. This is a little bit of data. This goes back 2022, 23, that we were at, ninth grade was 87. You see it progressively goes up. We are meeting goal right now for ninth grade. For 10th grade, we are also meeting goal. You see the incline, 86, 89, and now we are at 91. 11th grade, same. You see the incline. And 12th grade. Our goal is 90. So to sustain this, I'm not sure how we're going to sustain this without with eliminating the position. So that's kind of why I brought to on the board the suggestion of at least a dean of students, because with the hours put into this, I don't see how people can do it.
Some of these meetings that we have are volatile, like with the parent or with even the child. And if I were to do these meetings, like by myself or with somebody, it's always good to have a second eyes to do these things.
Because usually we can get
Resolved.
Yes,
There's a
we can
resolution.
get it resolved, but it's not, we've had several meetings where parents have come in very upset.
Yeah.
But after they realize that we're here to help, we're here to help you get better, to see what the problem is, because there's always a problem.
There's always like an
There could be
education.
chronic absence, or chronic illnesses. So we tell them what the process is and how they can have chronic illnesses put on their file and the process and the procedure. So there's different things that we,
Have you ever looked at the statistics that you just had up on a 5 or 6 year as opposed to a 3 year? I just feel like 3 years doesn't tell us anything. We know that COVID was terrible. It's like, do we know where we're at compared to 5 years ago when we were at a regular?
Five years
6
ago
years
would
ago?
have been
Like,
COVID year. 20 is when we went out, right? And then 2021 would have been the COVID year. Right?
The year before. But that's ultimately what I'm saying is, have we
Yeah.
looked at the data as it was pre-COVID? Like, I'm just curious. if we
I don't
looked at
think
it, like-
anything will ever be the same pre-COVID. I mean,
I mean,
we're
we can look at
digging
the data.
ourselves out of COVID times, you know, and that mentality, and what has helped us is being consistent, setting that standard and that expectation to parents. And now it's trickled down to the students and doing what we're saying we're gonna do. Following up with these meetings and following up with notes and taking them to court when they need to be taken to court. So I think that is what has helped. Erin? When they come in, we talk about what's going on in their classroom, so we find out a lot. This helps us as an admin team to know, the relationships that our teachers are having with our kids too.
If you look in Zoom, I don't know if Mr. Martin can get you access, but the Zoom WBE, so not the public Zoom, but I call it the Canoe dashboard, it has 5 years.
I did not go back 5 years, I went back 3 years. I will tell you though, our chronic absence has gone down, and I did not put that up there. Our chronic absence is 27.63. Last year it was at 33, I believe. Nationally, we're right at national level, which is 28%. So we're doing pretty good. What else?
You talked about your weekly meetings.
We do have the weekly meetings and the early interventions. That's the biggest important thing, is the early intervention. So tier 1 looks like this for attendance. That's your automated calls. That's your 3 to 5 day letters. That may not 3 to 5 day letters may not seem like a lot, but when you're mailing out 560 some letters, it's a lot. Tier 2 is this is when it comes to Erin and I, and our attendance team. Guidance, they will come in and step in meetings as well, especially if they're really a high-risk kid. We will ask them to come, and they will come. If it's one that we don't think that they need to necessarily come, we don't. And in those meetings, like we said, we do, it's not just attendance discussion. It's what's going on in your classes, what's going on in your not personal life, but there could be some traumas at home. Like, we have found some kids who couch surf through this. We refer families for support through different agencies. Could be a change of placement. And then tier 3 is basically like the 11 students that I said, and those are the ones that we've exhausted all means, and they have gone to Ms. Softcheck to refer to the court system. So that's tier 3. So that's how attendance works.
Do you have any results out of the 11? Has anything came back and gotten any better? I mean, I know that's a last resort, and normally they have no.
Typically, probation, sometimes the boards, we have one that's mandated here. Probably not gonna last though. Sometimes these mandated ones shouldn't even be here. Erin?
There's been some of the average report for like informal probation that have gone into like the AP program, and they have been successful there.
But they're not dropping out and just quitting altogether?
No,
Okay.
no, like AEP is a great program. We need another AEP program. Because we have more students that would benefit from that. The bad thing is with AEP, like if they have an IEP, which is an individual education plan, then they don't necessarily qualify for AEP. So we have to kind of get creative. Do you guys have any questions on attendance? Okay, we'll move on to student behavior. So this has also been a daunting task, and started the discipline matrix because we wanted to be more consistent with discipline. There's 5, we're all over the building. So if we had some guidelines of consistency, it's better for parents to understand. It's fair across the board, and it keeps us in check. I think it also makes the teachers feel like, okay, they're doing what they need to do because they know what the consequences will be for the crime. So this is current behavior statistics, and I only pulled it back the same 3 years, current to 2022, 23. You can see a decline. And Officer Lewis and I had a conversation today, and I said, why are the numbers going down? And he
took that and we took the new discipline policy that came out from the state, where it defined a little bit more what was level 1, 2, 3, and 4 infractions, and made those match. And then we expanded it to say first offense, second offense, third offense. So in your discipline matrix, you will see the infraction, and then in that box will also be the county level recommended guidelines, their approach. And then out to the side, you will see first offense, second offense, third offense, and that's us taking what they've written and then expanding it further so that we have a build-up. So it does come from, it matches both state and county expectation of discipline. We've also, though, added the teachers in the hallways as part of their duties. Mr. Martin came to us and said, you need to make sure your teachers are in the hallways, and he has come through our building to double check it. So teachers know that that's expected, and we put it out a few times, and I know admin are in the hallways more to watch for that. But then this is also tying into the PBIS. This will eventually tie to the PBIS practices that we put in place. You'll see the expectations in the PBIS.
And you have 3 tiers.
And
for
then
behaviors.
it
There's 3
also,
tiers.
the matrix includes restorative practice, which Ms. Baker has
I'm a big
practiced.
fan of
She is-
restorative
she is good at it.
practice.
But then it also allows for a consequence. So we have we're going to make it very clear, the expectation, have a restorative practice of, hey, I told you, and have consequences in place. And everything is going to be clear across admin, across teachers, and then we're going to have a modified version to put out to parents and teachers, because it is a very extensive document.
It's about
Or parents and
teaching
students.
the kids, we make mistakes, but we learn how to fix them. And that, for me, is restorative practice is such a huge impact. And I'm gonna give you a real quick story without using any names. Had an incident of some bullying. The kid that was being bullied was a special ed kid. You would not know by appearance. In conjunction with the parent and having a meeting with that student's parents, we decided that some of the ISS time would be spent volunteering in our severe profound room. And I got with Ms. Wilhelm and worked in conjunction and had a conversation and a meeting with these kids after that went down. And really, the kids just didn't understand. Like, they'd never been around someone with a disability. And they had a whole insight of it. That's teaching them. That's teaching them. So that's why I think it's so important to save this job, because I'm not sure how we're gonna sustain it.
So building out this matrix, we have taken it before faculty senate. We have taken it, we introduced it to Brian a long time ago, to Mr. Mark a long time ago. And then most recently, we had teachers come in during their PLC time and look over it one more time and give us feedback. So sitting up on my table, Ms. Baker and I need to look at that feedback and go back through before we submit a final copy to go to before Mr. Martin and have him bring before you to put into effect for next year.
We did bring it to Mr. Schmidl as well, so he could look at his portion of it, and then Mr. Plum, so he can look at his portion of it. So they all had some input in making those decisions for, like, if it was a bus incident or things like that. Level 4 is usually coming from practice.
And I just want to tell you guys, I certainly appreciate your work on that front. I mean, I think what you took what we worked on this summer and certainly built it out to make it very applicable to the high school. Because I realize while we're trying to get consistency across the board, the high school is different. I mean, it just is. So I think it's important that the number of stakeholders you have, both students and staff. I think this document will be very valuable in terms of, again, just getting that consistent approach to disciplinary matters. So certainly appreciate your efforts on that front.
Well, it's led to some of the conversations with teachers, because during the PLC time, they were asking, so what's the difference between falsifying identity and forgery? And so we know that going into this next year, we need to make it clear what each of these things mean. That level 1 infraction of falsifying identity, as you told the sub,
addition to laying it out for teachers, laying it out for students
Yes.
in the beginning so that they know that you're looking for it.
And parents,
And
I mean,
identify it.
parents should have access to see, my child does this is the consequence that can happen.
So when you call them, you know, they understand it's a level 1 offense, this is what's gonna happen.
But this is this year only. These are our level 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, and this is how many write-ups that we've had in each level total. Level 4, of course, have come too. Those are our THC fates, or our big fights.
Have you had level 4 big fights this year?
I've had a couple.
You have one.
One.
It's the one that was mentioned during our workshop.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bishop.
So I am talking about supporting at-risk students, but my colleagues have pretty much covered this tonight. So it will not take me very long to go over this. So students who are defined as at-risk are kids who are more likely to drop out or fall behind because of some challenge that they're facing, whether that be academic, behavioral, socioeconomic, social, emotional, or disabilities. Of course, we've talked about the MTSS process for students struggling with academics, attendance, and behavior. That is just getting off the ground. We also have the PBIS program that is still in the very, very beginning stages that will support kids and their behavior. And then services that we provide here, of course, McKinney Vento for our homeless students, communities and schools, case management for students who need extra support. We have IEPs and 504 plans, quite a lot of them. 201 IEPs, 64 504 plans, so about a quarter of our students have disability and are receiving accommodations for them. School counseling, of course, through the AAP program. WVU Healthy Minds, they do counseling in school. Of course, that's something the parents have to sign up for, but they come here into the school so parents don't have to take them from school to get it. And then we also do several other kinds of referrals to outside agencies depending on student needs. So it's a lot going on for our kids. So.
LSIC plan.
All right, that would be me, and one of my partners in crime that was elected is still here. You already heard from Ms. DeLauder, she had to go. So, we worked very hard at LSIC, and our big focus this year was on attendance. Like, how do we get the students at Preston High School to become better, motivated students to come to school? Sit in the seat, learn, and take ownership of their learning. That was our big goal in LSIC. And as a school, we decided that one of the main things that we could do was to make sure that every teacher is taking attendance every period, every day. Starting first period, second period, advisory, all 8 periods has to have attendance. All right. Our next big thing was the one thing plan, so that every teacher in the school makes sure that on either the board, on the whiteboard, on the computer, you list the objective that the students are going to learn that day and the success criteria, how are they going to meet that. So if an administrator walks in your school, walks in your classroom, and doesn't walk through, they can physically go to the student and say, can you tell me in your own words what you're learning today? And every student should say, well, we're learning this, and this is how we're learning it today. This is what we're talking about. So that was another big thing that we talked about in LSIC. The third thing was making sure that the professional learning communities at Preston High School were meeting either weekly or bi-weekly. Some of us meet weekly, some other teams will meet bi-weekly, like PE. I don't think PE teachers and whatever need to meet weekly, but they meet bi-weekly. And they talk about goals that they want to achieve in those certain departments. How we're going to meet those goals, what we need the students to do, and so forth. And then our final one was to make sure that all of the teachers and all of the students know what the expectations are at Preston High School, and we have certain duties as teachers that we need to follow. And our big one was making sure that teachers have a hallway presence in between the class periods, because the class period rotation time is 5 minutes. And all the teachers need to come out in the hallway, and they need to monitor the hallways to make sure that students aren't vandalizing property, students aren't getting into trouble, and students aren't starting fights. Because if you're out there and they see your physical presence there, they are less likely to misbehave in the hallway. We also made sure that this year we had teachers on ISS rotation all throughout the day on an A and a B schedule for all 8 class periods. And ISS is run Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday right now, every week. And then we also have lunch detention happening during lunch, and we also have after-school detention, and that is manned by certain teachers. And these were our big goals that we wanted to make sure as a local school improvement council that we can improve on this year at Preston High School. And you've heard a lot of the data, and so I think we're really trying to make a difference this year with all of us getting on board and getting on the same page. Thank you.
May I ask, since we have all the administrators, for any one of you, do you have, how many teachers are in their evaluation, whether or not that they're not doing their hallway controls? I mean, just to be frank, like, putting it out there, but if we don't have something, are we holding them accountable? Is this part of their
At this point,
every time we add something, are we doing something to ensure that they understand the severity of it? I'm asking. I don't mean to say my question the way that's like catching you. I'm just asking, like, are we doing something that attaches actual? Is our LSIC getting metrics back on? Has that been effective?
So one thing we do is we make them do a bathroom check. So I have a bathroom check sheet. So I know that they've done their hallway duty when they send me their bathroom check sheet. Because I don't know about you, but we got 1,100 people possibly in this building. There's a lot of people using the bathroom. And they get dirty. And our custodians aren't always on top of that. So what they do is they fill out the bathroom check, they send it to me, and if it says, like, no toilet paper, I text the custodians, such and such bathroom needs toilet paper. So that's one way I'm able to keep them accountable for that.
I will tell you as well, so we have a document that we've shared out to everyone, so we all know everybody's duties and the times they're out, the rotations. I can tell you, I can't tell you, actually, the last time there was a day where I didn't see somebody in CTE, and I'm talking about folks that don't belong there, and I'm not saying that I don't want them to come visit, but when I see Tina sometimes, I say, Tina, what are you doing over here? She says, I'm on hallway duty. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right, we have that now. So it's kind of nice, it's nice to see different folks come around the building, because it gives them some perspective on what's happening up there. Same for the folks in CT, they're able to come down here, kind of, lets everybody know what's going on in the building. I know Mr. Sabatino does his daily walks. Ms. Warnick, I can tell you, I see her every day. And so a lot of those folks are getting very comfortable making those rotations. It's nice to see the staff starting to come together, and you see some conversations and more people interacting. So I think it's been a good thing, but I truly couldn't tell you the last time I didn't see somebody that's not typically in CTE. So from my perspective, I could give that information to Becky or Beth or Lori and let them know, like, hey, I see your folks all the time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Now, I will also tell you that one of the things we've been talking with Ms. Farner about are those basic structural happenings in a school that make a school function well. And so we have picked out a few to focus on next year for accountability, and then you start the year out with those few, and then as those few become very good, then you replace them with the next few. And so when I say back to the basics, I mean basic functional school accountability for staff and accountability for students and accountability for ourselves. So I would, as far as teachers being in the hallway right now, no, probably not, but
I would also say that most folks that I've noticed, with our duties, even with bus duty, are very good about sending emails. Like, I'll get an email, and I'll tell you, I'm probably not the top team when it comes to knowing everybody on the duty list. I have to pull it out and look at it. But people are very good about sending emails. They'll send it to me, and maybe not send it to Todd, and I'll say, I need somebody to cover my shift on Thursday for the horseshoe. And I'm like, I didn't even know you were on the horseshoe on Thursday. So, but it's good though, because they're sending that
last two slides are business partners you asked for. These are just some of them, the main ones really that we have. Chamber of Commerce, we partner with them. In fact, I'm getting ready to put together the job fair for this year with them. Preston Memorial Hospital is huge. I mean, it's 300 yards away, right? Clear Mountain Bank has always been a supporter of us. Various sponsors recognized through banners all over the sports stadiums and things like that. Adventure Group has helped us a lot with family engagement and professional development. Your Community Foundation gives educator grants and gives scholarships to our students. Pierpont, of course, who we do dual credit through, allow us to have internships, give us some financial support as well. And WVU helps us in a number of ways. We send our clinical students down there, and Upward Bound, which is our, if you don't know what Upward Bound is, it's a program sponsored by WVU. They come in, we don't have to pay for it. In fact, they have a trip coming up, they pay for the buses, they pay for everything. It's for students from families where they'll be the first student in their family to go to college. Or someone from their family hasn't gone to college for years. So it helps them get through the process of how do I get to college? They stay on top of their grades, and they help them fill out the forms and the applications and the FAFSAs and all that stuff. So that's what Upward Bound is. And then of course the extension program helps us in many ways too. So that's our business partners, and the way parents are involved. We have friends at PHS. We have a bunch of different boosters, school organizations, FFA, HOSA, ISTA. HOSA is getting ready to go on a weekend trip this weekend. Family engagement nights. We have FAFSA nights. We have parent nights. And of course, any parent can get involved with the LSIC as well. That's it.
Here are the 4 takeaways I took away from your guys' presentation, which I thank you, and the energy, and it seems like you guys are gelling a little bit more and improving as a whole. But I wrote down expectations, setting high expectations. I think we need to continue that. Everyone responds to high expectations. Back to the basics, return to basics. I think that's basic, and that's a good thing. One thing I'd like to see more on was diagnostics versus common curriculum assessments. I think we remember from Coulson and Margot Cerebon's survey at the end of last school year. I don't think students get excited about the Edmentum, iReady, whatever the new one is, IXL programs. I think maybe if they were very targeted as tier 2 or tier 3, but students want a relationship with their teachers, not with a computer program. So I feel like we should be very, very careful with those diagnostics, and maybe just go back to the state required minimum that we're required to do, and just maybe have more quizzes and tests with Common Core assessments. Consistency, following the rules ourselves and being consistent with the students, and then presence, the teachers in the hallways. But those 4 things is what I took away, and I think that we need to continue making an investment in that. And I've heard the message about a dean of students if you're losing the position, because that's the only way we're going to have consistency. So when we get to that point in the agenda, I will ask for more conversation on that from the administration. Thank you all.
So, because I do try to limit my interruptions, so I did have a couple others from Ms. Harkos. You had said that we were sold them at the status when we got it, that essentially they pitched it with a diagnostic, but they don't for 9 through 12. So they're now partnering with IXL. So they set that up, the IXL partnership? To be able to use the IXL?
The curriculum, it sounds, from what I've been told, they have licensing to tie in the curriculum.
So I guess my bigger, who's paying for IXL? Like, if we were sold it under the impression we were getting diagnostics, they're not. Are they covering that cost? And I understand that you said, that you said that we're not actually paying for the curriculum, we're paying for the trainings. But who's paying that bill if they sold it to us, or was it our fault? I mean, did they tell us there was no diagnostics and we just got it wrong?
So right now, it was supposed to be part of Success Maker, which is something we purchased. And that's not something that's functioning well for us. It has other components, but
they're going to allow us out of the Success Maker contract?
So with the new state regulations, we buy it every year. It used to be with curriculum adoptions, you bought it for 5 years. Because we only bought it for this year, we can let it go for next year.
Okay.
And
So then they did have a diagnostic, it's just not working well.
it is K to 8,
Okay.
and you can manipulate it to make it 9 to 12, but it doesn't give the reporting that we're looking for.
Okay.
Because you would have to toggle down the kids' grades to the 8th grade. In order
Yeah, so our seniors are definitely not, or, well, I shouldn't say they're not. Our performance says that there's some that are a high percentage that would, but in general, it's not a good, it's not gonna give us all the way
It
up.
wouldn't give us,
We'd have to manipulate the numbers
yes, we'd have
To
to
make
manipulate
it
the grade level.
work.
Okay. All
So,
right.
we ended up with a part of the product, we just don't have to buy it next year.
Okay.
Because
But we still had to pay for the IXLS this year, or IXL this year.
Yes, it was $1,200 for the pilot,
Yeah.
and that pays for 2 PD sessions.
Right. Right. Okay.
And
then,
that's across both, all kids involved, all teachers involved.
yeah.
So anybody that wants to use it.
Okay. And then my second thing, during your presentation, you had said students, but potentially that the diagnostic issue is that the students aren't are not incentivized because there's no grade.
Yes.
Like there may be an apathy of it. Why do students know? I mean, like I wasn't a great student, but I also, when I was given an assignment, I just did it, and I understand there's a mentality change in society. But why are we broadcasting to students when we put something in front of them that doesn't count towards their grade? Like, why are kids? What's that?
I mean, it's in school.
It's much more visible than Facebook now. Now that everything's online, like on our platform, like I could open any of my classes, even on my phone, and see all the grades I have in there. And I know if, like for example, I just did a crossword in one of my classes. Chances are that's probably not going to be in the grade book, but I can go in there and look for it. And there's a lot of kids, they'll get handed an assignment, they'll get out their laptop, they'll look for it. If it's not in there, they're throwing it in the trash.
Okay, so why don't we add it to Schoology? Does Schoology give us the ability to? Does the student know the weight that each assignment is?
So
Like,
this goes.
can a teacher put a 0% on the backside saying that I graded it, but no, it doesn't affect your?
So this goes back, this is a much deeper discussion than we have time for, but this goes back to grading philosophy now. Can you grade them on how well they do on a diagnostic test? The answer is, I don't believe so.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm not going to tell them that it doesn't. Is all I'm proposing.
They're gonna figure it out.
I don't think that it's a matter of
I think it's just a concept.
Let's have one, I can't hear 2 people. I'm sorry, just one.
Yeah, you're fine.
Her to do it.
I don't think anybody's advertising it, it's just a matter of students have figured out, shared it with each other.
Yeah, well, we are advertising though if it's in the Schoology. Like if we're broadcasting that this isn't there, we're advertising it. I mean, I agree that students are going to figure it out, but I'm saying, can we look at another solution to this? I mean, even if we tell them that some of these will count, you can't tell, but we got to find a way to hide. I mean, it sounds to me like we're divulging
Okay,
too much
the only way I
information.
can think of, honestly, the only way I can think of to do it, and they'll figure this out, but you can put a grade in there, but just weight it 0%.
And that's what I'm asking, is can we do that?
Yeah,
But you can
our
see
grade
that
books,
it's zero.
They can see the weight.
they can see the weight.
Okay, let's post.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I think the issue is that it's just a common, given at this point, you know, we've been diagnostic tested since forever. I think that the issue is that we know it's not going to be tested. We know it's not reflecting on us because it's not. So, but I mean, I see what you mean, like graded in some way or showing that you're graded. But even if we're putting in the grade book, like Brooklyn said, we can see that's in the 0%.
Right, like they're like a 63 in Schoology and whatever class of math, and then they take this thing and they get a 42 and they're still at a 63. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no change in the grade, then they're gonna know that.
I think the real issue is, do we need it? It goes back to why aren't the teachers designing quizzes and tests and papers that are specific to their course instead of these off-the-shelf diagnostics that I don't think kids care about. I mean, you guys gave a big presentation.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I think that's where our real issue lies, is that what is the true, what are the students actually getting out of that, taking that diagnostic? I mean, I understand that it's good for data and it's good to compare, but when we're really sitting down, we want kids to care, what are we getting out of students and taking that, if that makes sense. I mean, I understand to compare data and continue going forward and all that, I understand all that, but when we're really looking at a diagnostic, how is that diagnostic helping a student? Because the real issue we're gonna run into is that kids that wanna try are gonna try, and kids that
I agree.
that don't try aren't gonna try. So then guess what? So then I'm sitting down taking a diagnostic that I'm gonna try on, and then someone can be sitting beside me and they're not gonna try. Well then, what are we getting out of that diagnostic?
I think that there's a few things that you look at. It's not, it's, I could go either way on a different day, but here's the thing, like, when you do a diagnostic, you get a big picture of what that student could possibly do. When you do a curricular assessment, they're literally a few questions. We're not talking about a 30-question exam. Like when you look at RCD, it's a few questions. So you're drilling it down to about 3 skills. You're gonna know whether they can do it or they can't for that unit that you're gonna teach. But the problem is you don't know if they can't do those 3 skills, plus they can't do 4th, 5th, 6th grade level kind of skills that are underpinning it.
Right.
So when you look at a diagnostic, you kind of get a level. And if I know, because I've taught this kind of class, a 9th grade English class here, where the reading level for the class, the average reading level is 3rd grade level, no joke, then we're going to teach that class differently. Because they don't have any of the prerequisite skills that they need for 9th grade English. So I think that there is value in it, and in the special ed world, there's a lot of value in it. And I tell kids that every time I have an IEP meeting, which is about 250 a year. I say, listen, when I sit down and look at your data, and I make a decision about your placement, I'm looking at your iReady score. Because I need to know, can you do this? Or are you messing with me and not doing your work? So that's one of the tools we use, and I use it frequently. So, I mean, like, I think there is a value in it. I don't know what the answer to getting kids to buy in for it is. I don't know what the answer of which specific test, which specific product. I don't know all those answers, but there is value in it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But what I hear is the value is on very targeted circumstances, where if at the beginning of the year to assess where the class is so that you can create your strategy for that class, that would be very valuable. If it's a student that you need to assess from a special ed standpoint, where they go, that would be very specific, because I think a student will understand, I need to do my best because this is going to impact me directly. But to simply do iReady on a weekly basis because it's required.
We do
I know, but I'm saying that some of these students have grown up with that system.
Oh, yeah.
And
you
so,
don't want that kind of.
but what I'm getting at is it doesn't mean anything. It's not a special targeted experience anymore. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why I know I ran for the board, was because I saw that with both of my children, that they didn't care anymore because it was just a test that didn't mean anything. And so I think it needs to be very focused, very basic to what we need, and the students need to understand, just like the objectives on the board that we said that every teacher has. Students need to know why this is important to me, and then they need to see it. And a lot of times that's what they're grading.
Well, when I say the whole back to the basics thing, it's Ms. Varner and myself and Ms. Rush and myself, we talked about letting it go and focusing on RCD and the common assessments and how to gather those, how to analyze the data for those. So that has been brought up as a possibility. If students are not going to, if our teachers find value in it, that can't be translated to students finding value and taking it seriously, then we have to be fiscally responsible and not purchase it. But that's part of the discussion for this year, is can we get our students to see the value, and if not, then there's no value in purchasing it.
In theory, there is a lot of value in this data, and there is a lot you can do with it, but it's at the point now, you don't even know how accurate this data is anymore. Because I would argue 80% of kids don't care. It does not benefit them. They're clicking through it. You don't know how accurate your data is. So if you are trying to make interventions in class, lower, you don't even know if that's accurate. So it could just be a waste.
So one of the other options is to look at building out a beginning of course assessment, to run that to look for the weaknesses at the beginning of a course.
So, in conjunction with that, I taught in another state, and every class had an end of course test. And to graduate high school a high school graduate, in math you had to pass 3 of those 4. In English you had to pass 4 of 4. You had to pass those tests to graduate. Didn't matter what grades you had. If you didn't pass that end of course test, if you didn't pass enough of them, you didn't get a diploma after 4 years. That added some weight to it.
And it's the state that prevents you from implementing that in the school? In this school?
I don't know if we could do it in the school. I don't know if the
Well,
state,
I'm asking.
I don't know if the
I mean,
state would allow us.
If you believe that it worked as a building administrator,
Oh,
I'd say, like,
it-
have we
it
looked
worked.
into, is it something that we can do? Like, I'm asking. Like,
I can look into it.
I don't know, but if you
Yeah.
think that that was an effective means, I mean, the other side of it is, I would think that if our teachers believed in the diagnostic, that ultimately, these kids that are low performing, there is a negative effect of low performance in that now you're doing more work in the areas you need help with. So it's not a punishment, it's my goal is to help you learn. This is what I have to do to meet that goal. So if our teachers were buying in and we're using the data that we're paying for, I would think that students would be motivated to want to achieve higher, to not have those adverse effects.
And I think that's why she got the data she did. Is because there was the conversation, and there was the accountability, and there was the value portrayed by the teacher to the student of, I need to see where you are.
If you don't attempt at your full capability, is being reset and you're going again.
That's what I told, that's what I tell all my students. I know how smart you are. I've watched you, this whole first semester, gain knowledge, gain background knowledge, gain everything that you need to be successful right now at mid-year. So I expect for you all to show me what you have learned. And if you score in an area where I don't think you're showing me what you learned, I'm going to reset you, and you're going to do it again. And my students know that right from the get-go. And so, I only had to reset. I teach about 147 kids during the course of the day, and I only had to reset 5 students because they know.
So I appreciate that. My question to administration is, what percentage of our teachers are Mrs. Silcots? And how do we get, I'm not being facetious, but
No,
I'm just in all reality, like, what percentage of our teachers are gonna put out that, are gonna put out that effort? You guys are analyzing that, so I won't be
In
debating.
elementary, middle school, we always had data talks and with kids, preparing them to just take the test. With the high school level, it's just a little bit different because I think they know that there's no accountability piece there, and that's where it's difficult.
So then do you put the energy toward this, or do you put it toward your unit assessments?
I would really request that we reach out to the Schoology. Like, can we get it to where we don't show the weight of that? If we're gonna try to come up with a solution, I'm just saying, I don't know why students know. I guess I was not a good student, but what I know was when something was put in front of me, that was my job, right? Like, that was my job, was to do that, and I don't associate with the students. Society's changed, standards have been lowered, I get all that, and we don't get the right to fix parents, but what do we control? So can we look into this, trying to figure out other solutions?
Let's move on now. We have another presentation with Preston High School 5th Day Blended Learning Committee. Thank you all. For those that are leaving, we appreciate it.
Not that you're leaving, we appreciate you leaving. I'll appreciate it.
we have a 5th day of school on the weeks that we have 5 full days, not the weeks that we have other things like a election day or something like that. But when we have 5 full days, we want a 5th day to reach out and grab our kids that need the help. The kids that don't need the extra help, they're doing their normal jobs, they're coming to school, they're making the grades, they get to work outside of the school setting. They can do it virtually, they can do it at home, they could be out doing their internships, clinical hours. If we need a school trip, it'll be on that day, so they're not missing the harsh instruction, I guess, that we need to have them in class so that we can get them to do these things. We don't want to kick the kids out that don't need to be here. They could be the AP kids that do not need to be, they've met the attendance requirement. They have the A's already, but man, if you can get them in here for AP to take, you've got to do these labs. You come on that 5th day, we can get all these labs done and start them, run them to the end instead of making them drag out for 10 days. That's what we're reaching out to. We want to get that. I've sent this, and I'm assuming you will send it to everybody.
It's in the agenda.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna rush through this. We don't know anybody else that's doing anything like this. We found a school in Florida that was proposing something similar. I've reached out, they won't contact me back. I don't know if it worked for them or not. Everything we're finding is people going to a 4-day school week, 4-day school week. That's not what we're proposing. We wanna keep the 5 days because our CTE kids that are in Robin Thomas's class, they could go on that 5th day and work in the elementary schools and do their projects.
Well, how many times do we receive an email from Robin or from one of the nursing teachers saying so-and-so is going to be, this list of students is going to be out all day doing their clinicals or doing their rotations or whatever, and they're missing 7 periods of instruction.
The CTE classes could go out on that 5th day if they're all caught up with their work, and they could do job shadowing with all these different businesses around Preston County and get that day in of instruction with an actual person who's already in that business situation.
So let's flip through here. The first part of this is just all of the data that we were collecting. We wanted to figure out extra ways to keep students coming here because we're losing a lot of students to go to homeschool, or I think I'll go here, or the Brewston students. They get a choice. Do I want to go to UHS or do I want to come to Preston High? I've already heard some of them say, oh, if you do that 4-day thing up there where we get to choose what we do on the 5th day, I'm coming up here. But if not, I'm going to UHS. We're hearing these things from the students. We're trying to figure out how do we keep students here? How do we keep the staff
How
here?
are we retaining staff on a regular basis instead of constantly having so much turnover every year with teachers? And specifically at Preston High School, it really hits the math department bad, the turnover. Like, there's not a consistent set of math teachers on staff from year to year to year. And we thought maybe if we came up with some sort of creative way, we might be able to convince them that they need to stay at Preston High School and get some continuity, not only for themselves, but continuity for instruction for students.
So we have reached out to the staff. In the past, we've also reached out to, through Friends of Preston. We've met with Friends of Preston. Last year, they put out a survey just to ask some of the parents that are part of Friends of Preston, how would you feel about this? Would you be okay with your child only going into the building 4 days a week and on the 5th day doing these other things? Well, what about the student that didn't meet those criteria? Let's say they're absent. You can just rush through these because they have access to them. These are some questions and answers that we got in our meetings because we've gone 2 or 3 times to the LSIC. We've presented to our faculty. We have the faculty senate. We have a committee of 9 of us on the committee that we've met several occasions we have a big answer sheet of answers that we came up with and how to make this work in yours. The goal of this is we wanted to help bring up math and English scores. That's what we're always tested on, right? But if we could take the core classes and every 5th day, if you have missed a day at school, you're going to be required to come that day. On that 5th day, you have to come into the building. We're going to get you to do your makeup work. If your grades are suffering, you're going to come into the building. You're going to get to choose. Is it math you're struggling in? Is it science you're struggling in? What is it you're struggling in? And we will let them sign up to which course they want to go get the extra help in. What about the ones that say, I just don't want to miss school. I like being there. We're hoping to come up with some community involvement. Come in. We're going to have somebody teaching today how to cook lasagna or something like that. We want to get some community members in. Maybe self-defense classes.
How to, for seniors, just simply, how do I physically, with my guardian, my parent, my grandparent, whoever takes care of me, how do I fill out that FAFSA to go to school? And they have all the time that they need that day where they can physically come in here and sit down with a person who's going to instruct them and walk them through that process to get that free money for them to go to college to alleviate some expenses.
Yes, and I see you pulled up. These were some of the 4-day advantages. Do you want to talk about it? It's okay. That they did find out in schools that have gone this way, they had less bullying and less disciplinary actions. So we're in the building with everybody the 4 days out of the week. So maybe we will see some of these, we don't know. And they've already tested, there didn't seem to be any change in their academic end of the course, end of the year. When they took the test, they were still scoring as high as everybody else. So the kids that might not be here physically, they're the kids that are going to do anyway. Those are the kids that, hey, I'm going to take this day off, but I still have work to do, but I'm motivated. I'm going to do it. Okay.
Can you go back to that actually? So, did you look at that study? Like, did they have a correlation causation on the less disciplinary? I mean, obviously, if you're in the building 20% less, you're going to have less. Like, I didn't go look at the study, but I'm just curious. Did they tell you why was there any causation that they attributed to the less discipline and less bullying?
Kids and parents, and it's probably in here somewhere, have reported to be happier with a schedule where they're only there 4 days a week. So they were less likely to get in trouble.
Okay.
Because
and I do think that we see that in general in the workspace, but it flows, right? Like you go to everybody to a 410s, and it's going to flow that within 5 years, people are going to go back to a 5/8. Just the change causes happy endorphins, whatever. But the second part would be the no impact on student achievement.
Mm-hmm.
This is my biggest concern in the whole thing. If I'm not gaining anything, what benefit do I have to cause them to juggle? Like if the student achievement's going to stay the same, what are we? This is going to cost a lot of resources and time, and I'm not opposed to it. I'm just asking, like, if there's no significant impact on student achievement, and that is our number one goal, is to significantly impact student achievement, what are we, other than being innovative, and I do appreciate it. I think Preston County should lead, whether we ever did or not, is irrelevant to me. I want to lead the state and lead this country, but can you speak to that?
So this is based on people trying to decide, do they want to go to a 4-day week or a 5-day week? That's not what we're proposing. Our goal is to help increase the students that are struggling. We want to see them increase. So
I think this statement, the third bullet point, is just a general blanket statement with only a 4-day week. And because we're not proposing only a 4-day week, a 5-day week, we feel like our data on student achievement would probably be better than just the traditional 4-day school week. Because we're trying to focus more on the Tier 2 kids and the at-risk kids and trying to get them more small group intervention on that 5th day. I think that's what we're looking more towards. And I think this is just a general blanket statement on just a 4-day school week.
Which I was gonna say, I mean, typically what I've seen the 4-day models would be, you're looking at some type of extension of the academic day on those 4 days, and the 5th day could be potentially where you've missed, but that's not what you guys are talking about. You're still talking about maintaining a 5th day, but that 5th day is gonna be restructured.
It's gonna be, it's gonna be a modified day where where students would come in to the main office and they would sign in that they were here, so we know exactly who's in the building. Those students then would go to advisory. They would have like a homeroom teacher. During that time, they would sign up either to go to English, math, science, or social studies in the morning session, and then there would also be like a PE option. There would be a media center option for like study hall for the kids who don't really have to be here, but they want to be here and get extra help. So then those students at a certain time would leave advisory and they would go to the area that they signed up for. A specific teacher, like say if she's covering science in the morning and I'm covering English in the morning, Mr. Seymour would be covering math, and Mrs. Sheets would be covering social studies. We would be the 4 teachers that would be instructing in the morning, and then we would run one lunch on that day because there's probably not going to be a lot of students. I mean, there's going to be a lot of students in the building, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of students where you would have to run more than 2 lunches versus 3.
So this has a 2 lunch setup.
Yes.
It's basic. And
So
then-
Aren't there 2 rotations in the morning?
Yeah. Yes, there's 2, and then in the afternoon, there's also 2 rotations. So if I instructed in the morning English, then in the afternoon, I would have the ability to, again, I could choose to remediate more in the afternoon, or I could take my planning period and work with my other English colleagues and work on RCD improvement, common assessments, and those things like in a PLC setting. While other teachers are actually instructing in the afternoon, then I would have my planning. That's kind of how that would work.
So you can see we have an idea of what we would like to do, a laid out schedule. Clubs, if we have these competitive clubs, they could say, hey, HOSA, which is getting ready to compete, you can come in on this 5th day, we're gonna study all day, we're gonna get you ready, we're gonna practice, whatever. As long as you don't need to go get the extra help in your other classes. If you need to do that, you come see us in the afternoon to practice and go to get your extra help in the morning or whatever.
Or vice versa.
Yes.
Can I ask a question now, Cause over there? If works, because I read through your presentation already and everything, and I have some questions here. I'll just ask this one for now. But if you're saying, I read through the presentation, I see that there's a big emphasis on using that Friday for clubs. Is this a general?
Let me just say this, it will not be Friday.
The clubs. Okay.
This day would not be Friday.
Okay, that's fine. Your 5th day. Your 5th day, Monday, Wednesday, whatever you do on your 5th day. Your 5th day
Take it off for a long weekend.
is.
It would most likely be Wednesday.
Okay.
So you would roll it over from one week to the next?
Yes.
If you did it on a Friday, you'd have so many less people here, they would just take long weekends. So I've interjected into their thing, like, we can't do it on Friday. And make 3-day weekends every weekend.
In order for us to be as innovative and to
Sorry, I
capture,
didn't mean to interrupt you.
and to capture as many students as we think we need to capture, we couldn't do it on a Friday. It would have to be a different day of the week.
Okay, so back to clubs. Do you think we would see any lack of interest in clubs? Because for example, people that are active in your clubs anyways typically don't maintain an F or a D anyways. So if we know, for example, you guys do clubs, we see this struggle that it is to keep kids to come to meetings when they're supposed to be in school anyways sometimes.
Right.
So how do we see kids staying interested and investing in clubs when they know they're going to have to come that 5th day?
So.
All 5 days a week.
We're not saying we wouldn't have another club day during the week.
Okay.
So, the way I envision it
Right.
is, if this is Wednesday, if we do the 5th day on Wednesday, we might call Tuesday club day.
Okay.
So that's when you have refuge, or you have Dungeons and Dragons, or but all these clubs will be at it. But what they're talking about is on that 5th day, it may be once a month that HOSA comes together, or HISTA comes together, or FFA comes together for a morning to work on, you've got state competition coming up, things like that, where you have, so you don't have to stay after school. Because now, these guys gotta stay after school if they're gonna do any kind of lengthy project or work on a project, because let's face it, 43 minutes in a class to work on a project that you're gonna have to present to the state fair, or, you know what I'm saying? Whereas, so now we move that from after school to during school. I mean, so I'm still thinking we will have regular club day, but this would be for those clubs that have the state competitions and need to prepare for stuff, or NHS is doing a major project coming up, or student government is having a service project day in a month, so you're gonna meet a month ahead of time to plan it all out. You need more than 43 minutes. That's the kind of stuff that they're talking about.
If the science Olympiad, team got together and Mrs. Cool and Mrs. Hott thought that they needed help with public speaking skills, they might be able to come to me and say, hey Tina, can you slide over to our meeting today? We need for you to grill some of these kids on how they need to stand and how they need to answer public speaking questions so we get more points in that area. You know what I mean?
I agree, that makes sense.
Kind of teaming, helping each other team up to get better approval ratings out of our students.
So the next one. So I know you have access to this. These are the notes. We're going to go a little bit further. Pros and cons. We've pre-thought. We don't have them all, I'm sure. But what are some pros for the students? What are some cons for the students? What are the pros for the teachers? So we're not going to insult your intelligence here. We'll let you have time to think about this. What we're coming to you today to ask is, would you be supportive of us moving forward with this? Because what we will have to do is send a request to the State Department and say, would you be willing to let us do this new innovative idea? You may say, these teachers are just trying to get out of work. They want an extra day of planning, and this is going to be a heck of a lot harder.
That's what I was going to say to you. I mean, this would be super complex. It would require a heck of a lot of communication. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts with this.
Right.
And I mean, I'm concerned. I can remember talking with staff members that said, when they had the unbalanced block where they were going Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, that was problematic. And I'm thinking, I mean, comparatively speaking, I don't see this as an effort to get out of work in any way, shape, or form. Because I mean, to do this with fidelity, and do this right, would take a tremendous amount of work. So
Yeah, so what I would say is first of all, I think we should put it on the agenda for a future meeting, especially when we have all of our board meetings present, if we're asking, do you support this to move forward? So that'd be the first part. I will say, I think, when I first saw the idea, when I saw the 5th day, I'm like, oh, that's what, all that, but then after looking through it and hearing it, I think there's some amazing opportunities with it. The first would be, I think it would be a privilege for students to be able to do this, especially to have the flexibility to not physically be here that 5th day. It would be something that's earned, and that
Which
they
is
would
an
have.
incentive.
What's that?
It's an incentive.
It's an incentive. And so with that, I mean, we can call it whatever we want, but when I hear it, I'm thinking that it's more of an enrichment, self-guided learning day, and or a remediation day. But for students that are checking all the boxes and they're getting attendance the other 4 days and they're hitting their grades, and if they don't want to be here on the 5th day in person, that's fine, but they still have to have a plan on file of what they're doing that 5th day, that somebody's checking up on it. If it's working, that would be great. As an employer, I would love to have people that could work a full day with it. So that's the first part, is it's a privilege, it's an incentive, the students have to buy into it, and they have to be accepted into the opt-out type of a thing. With that, I think, as Mr. Martin said, it's going to take tremendous coordination, management. There's going to have to be some permanency or predictability of the schedule, but it can't be a Friday or a Monday, it's gonna have to rotate around. How do you do if you have a lot of snow days and now you've missed 4 days in a row? Do you roll into this being one of, there's going to be a lot of contingencies with it.
See, that's where again, I'm not changing the idea. I used to pitch years ago, I pitched a 4-day model, in fact, just from the standpoint of efficiencies. And that 5th day could be your replacement day when you've had disruption.
This isn't what they're saying.
It isn't, but I would agree, Mr. Tatum. I mean, there's gotta be a systematic approach to this that people can understand, because, I mean, I was just telling Brooke, I mean, this is almost literally a customizable schedule for every student in your building, which is a desired thing.
It's what real
That's
life
just hard to
is.
pull off of 1,000.
I mean, if you could get students to the point where they could do that and manage it, because when they leave here and they go into college, it's self-managed. If they're an employer, if they're a subcontractor or contractor, it's self-managed and they have to do it. So I think it's an amazing idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think we need to have everybody on board for it, because it's a culture that your faculty and your staff and administration has to support with it. And one thing I wrote down before you even said it, the board has to approve this.
Right.
Because we have to have buy-in, because we have to have community support.
Right.
So at this point in the game, I'm excited for it.
So what are our next steps? That's what we need to know.
When I see it, again, I appreciate innovation, I appreciate the new thought, I mean, just, if I thought it was the worst idea in the world, I'd still tell you thank you for trying something, right? I don't think it's the worst idea in the world. I look at it, I think it's like a logistical mess. I'll be honest, in a future pitch, I just didn't feel like I had a clear vision. Like I was 70% through before I even had an idea of the vision. I don't mean that mean, I just need to be perfectly honest.
Yes.
When I'm trying to pitch this, I have high concerns about the validity of any of the survey data, because I have yet to see a concise summary that somebody knew what they were voting on.
Right.
But I will tell you what I do see in the data of your survey. 17 yeses, do you think we should pursue a 5th-day blended learning model? You know, you have a very small expert, you have 17 yeses, 8 no's, 5 maybes. So I will tell you what that really says. Right, you have 70-some teachers? So you have half didn't know what to do with it or didn't care. And then you had a 17 to 13 vote, because the maybes are a no unless they feel it benefits them. And I'm going to be the cynic here, but I'm just going to tell you. You literally have a 17-13 vote, so you have a 60-40 split. If your teachers don't buy in, this can be the greatest thing since sliced bread, it's going to fail. I mean, because again, you're going to be asking teachers, if you're the person that's at science, you're English, and you're history, you all three still have a class that's got to be doing something online. So you either got to do that in your own free time to be prepared to be in the science, English, history, or somebody else has to pick up your class, which again, like, everybody's going to have to be on board. I would love to sit down and peel through the logistical straw pile that you've got, because I think in my head, like, I have ideas about how to solve some of that. I'm not telling you need me, I'm just saying, like, I can see how everything here could probably be solved except for the sales pitch. And I don't know how you get enough on board to make it. I mean, again, out of 70 teachers, you got a minority to even respond.
Right.
The second thing I'll say is, I thought CTE would have loved this.
We thought so too.
I haven't found CTE in support of this yet, the ones that I've been able to
They're
talk
the
to.
opposite of that.
Now, I thought that, I mean, like, I would have thought that they would have said, I'm not going to point out anybody, but I'm going to use some examples. I would have thought that an automotive would have been like, I have a whole day, we get to actually just write like on one thing. I would have thought that I would have had an ag teacher say, land judging competition, we can actually go someplace else, dig holes to actually do land judging and have more than an hour of daylight time that I get after school, or, you know, by the time we drive to the location. Again, those are not people that I'm saying I talked to. I'm saying as examples, I would have thought CT would have been jumping all over this.
We thought
But
so
I
too.
did not.
We thought so too.
I've not observed that feedback.
They won't come to our meetings, they won't give us they're like, oh, this isn't gonna work for me, because here is what one person has told me. That can't work for my program, because you're gonna make me have the 9th graders that skip school all the time sit up here, and I can't deal with them. But it's like, no, that's not it. This is for the ones they're tested on. This is the core classes. You get to decide who comes and spends their day with you. If I'm a CT guy, I would pick the
problem, and Mr. Seymour, this is on you and your team's shoulders. I don't know how you fix it, but this is tangential to this whole thing. The CTE cannot feel like they're the dumping grounds. And I've yet to meet any county CTE. I'm not saying here that this is a unique issue, but they feel like they are the place the students are put when there's no place else to put them. Now, part of that, I continue to tell to a CTE teacher, this is your opportunity to make your pitch for your field that you love and believe in. Now, again, I'm not a salesman.
Can I change that perception? Because this year, in this schedule that we're creating, there's only 3 CTE classes that are gonna have 9th graders.
Well, but I'm not talking about just 9th graders. I'm talking about juniors and sophomores. Because earlier when you gave a presentation, you had said some of our CTE teachers that we can't fill their classes are gonna have to take ISS duties and take these duties. I'm not saying you've done anything to perpetuate it.
Yeah.
Right. I'm saying there is a chasm there that, again, I'm not a salesman, but somebody's gotta figure out how to fill that. It can't feel like they're constantly getting those that are failing other things and it's just someplace to put them. And again, this is all tangential. I'm just gonna shut up. I'm not saying you are doing that, Mr. Seymour, just for the record. I'm not saying anybody said that
I
to me,
will
but
not say
just
it in public.
the perception there is the problem.
How about, okay, so we're at 9:40, we're about 4 hours in. And we're not even really starting the agenda. The other parts. I think there's a lot of discussion here, and I think that there's a lot of opportunity here. This is going to be a lot of work, so I'm sure for a lot of people, they don't want a lot of work. Could potentially, and everything like, this is how things are. This is going to take a lot of work to make it work, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here. I think I'll talk with Mr. Martin, and we'll find a meeting in April or May that we can put it on the agenda where you guys can present again, but really just be for the board to discuss. And if it's the will of the board, maybe the board can task you all with coming up with a more formal proposal to us with it. So that'll give us a litmus test on how the board is going, and then also we can clarify a little bit more what we would like to see.
And Mr. Tatum, I would say realistically, we would have to probably be looking at this at the 26, 27 academic year.
Oh, yeah.
Simply because from a personnel standpoint, it would have to be taken into consideration, these things, but this is a long-term project for sure.
But I would like to see if you were saying, yes, this is a possibility, could we try it at least once each semester, maybe next year, or each quarter, just to see how it
We're not there
works?
yet.
But we're not there yet. I mean, but
I
we
think
need to
too,
sit with you.
I think too, if you could think of ways of how it could be piloted on a very small scale, where a few teachers are participating, if somehow their schedules can be worked that way, or if somehow students, I don't know how that would work, but that would be a way to lower the risk threshold that you're not gonna have full support until people see that it's working. Right? And that's the hard part, is the only way it's gonna work is if people support it. If people aren't gonna support it until it's working. It's like you almost have to do it before you can tell them that we're going to do it. So if they say you can't do it, you can already say we're already doing it. So, but regardless, I think we'll plan another meeting for it.
I would just request Mr. Martin and Mr. Seymour, your first thing is gonna be, this is essentially the equivalent of a brain freeze day. I don't know that the law even allows us to do it without putting in the request, so I'm saying, I think law-wise, we gotta look at.
They're asking for permission to go to the state.
Well, for the full picture, but even to test it, we are putting kids into a virtual day that I don't know that we have the authority to do. So that's all I was saying, was we need to look into that before we can, I know that the next step is proposing on a big level, but I don't know that we have a way to test it, is all I'm asking.
Virtual either, right?
Yeah, but even just putting a kid on virtual, I don't think we have, I don't know. I'm saying, the people that are smarter than I am, we talk to people smarter than I am.
My comment's pretty simple. There's a lot of logistics to it. It's a great incentive. What's a great motivator other than the incentives? So you get it all figured out, I think it'd be a great program, but there's a lot of stuff to figure out.
Okay, thank you. Sorry we rushed you through. We were trying to give you.
We just didn't want to keep you here any longer than
Okay, moved by Mr. Hovatter,
Second.
second by Mr. Kisner. Is there any discussion or corrections or changes to the minutes? Okay, not hearing any. I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is the resignation of a board member. This is an action item. It's recommended that the board accept the resignation of Board of Education member Shelley Miller effective immediately.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Hovatter. Okay, floor is open for discussion. Is there any discussion?
Just statement. I hate to see her go. I think she was a benefit for the board. You know, she had a lot of experience in the classroom and on a professional level, and it's just a loss for the board for now.
I agree. Okay. Not hearing any, I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, thank you. The next item is the process to advertise, interview, and to fill the vacant board member for the remaining, or I'm sorry, for the term. This is an action, discussion, and information item. It's recommended that the board advertise for the vacant Board of Education position beginning on Monday, March 10th, 2025. Now that we've approved their resignation, and request letters of interest to be submitted for the attention of the Superintendent Martin via email or physical letter by 2 p.m. on Monday, March 24th, 2025, and that a special meeting will be scheduled on Wednesday, March 26th, 2025 for the board to interview candidates and select an interested candidate for the position. Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner. Second by Mr. Hovatter. Okay, so with conversation with myself and Mr. Martin after we received the above resignation, we kind of put this tentatively together based on state code that once a resignation is accepted, there's 45 days. All of these dates can be amended, so this motion can be amended by the board. If we so choose, we just put something out there to start the process.
Mr. Tate, the other thing I would also add is, some of the information in the previous item, based upon the timeline of Mrs. Miller's resignation, the board is tasked with filling, deciding on how to fill the vacancy. The process selected, we've gone through this process relatively recently. When Mr. McCrum left the board to run for a legislative run, the board at that time went through a similar process where there was a designated timeline for letters of interest to be submitted to the board's attention. The board then interviewed interested candidates and made a selection of a candidate to fill the seat. Now, based on the timeline of this action, whoever is ultimately selected for this position would serve in this position through June 30th of 2026. This would trigger that in the primary next year, this particular vacancy will be part of next spring's primary election. So this seat, someone will be running for this seat. Now, the person who is ultimately approved as the board member to step in could, in theory, run for the seat. They would have this option. The one restriction that the board will be under is currently we have two members from the third seat. Mr. Hovatter and Mr. Tatham are both from the third magisterial district. Mr. Kisner, you're from you're the first, and Mr. Zigray is from the second. So whomever is selected by the board, that is one thing that will restrict your candidate pool to a certain extent is no one who currently lives in the 3rd magisterial district can be considered to fill this vacancy. So that's going to be one restriction that's under the current board. However, obviously, when multiple seats are up for election next spring, you know, individuals from all of the magisterial districts could run for office if we have, and depending upon who's up for election at that point in time.
So to reiterate, and this would start the advertising now. This would, the people that are interested have 2 weeks to put their interest in, and then at our next board meeting, we will know who's interested, and then we would interview them 2 days later and make a selection at that point. And then the board will vote. If it's quorum of the board present, then a majority to select the member. They'll fill up the remaining term. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Tate, one of the things for the board's benefit, if this was the timeline of selecting procedure, this is what's selected. There was like an example of a potential vacancy notice that we would get posted as soon as possible following the board's deliberations on the matter. But you know, again, as Mr. Statham said earlier, that, you know, all of the dates and so forth should be subject to change as long as it's maintained within that 45-day timeline in order to get the seat, the vacancy filled.
I guess I'll say, I'm cheap. I don't know that I'd pay for newspaper ads, but since Mr. Jacob's here, I can't really say it. No, I just mean like, if we can do it, but I just was saying.
We're not required to put in the newspaper.
We could put
We
it in
would
the
put it on
radio,
social
we could
media.
put it in
We
yeah.
we would make every available effort in which we don't have to pay for to get the word.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that, if somebody made a motion to make that somebody to the board, we would have, well, it's not on the agenda, but in theory, without any interviews, we could appoint somebody.
That's correct.
The only other thing that I didn't see listed, and I tried to read everything, but did Mr. Brown address, I assume they are offering online how to be a board member training? But that requires
We would
training
have
before
to
somebody can be
get that
seated.
scheduled for whomever is selected.
But are they doing that they have an online recording that they allow?
I
that
can
for?
follow up with Mr. Brown. I don't know, but
Okay.
I think that's part of, you know, I think we want to put up a very realistic timeline for candidates to express interest, which I think 10 work days, you know, to me is a good timeline. You know, I don't think that that's going to restrict anybody from submitting a letter of interest. I think that's ample time to do that. But also, you know, I think it is in the best interest of the public to get someone into this position as soon as possible.
Yeah, right now, a tie vote is available when we have 4 of us here. So it certainly makes it more difficult for us to do business, I mean, without having 5. The only other thought that I had was, I assume that you were saying by 2 o'clock on that Monday so that you had the list. I don't know if we want to cut it off to like the Thursday or Friday before. Somebody's got to validate that they are in the districts so that we don't waste time in interviews. I don't know how, I don't know if the county clerk can do that. I mean,
I could work with the mapping. I mean, we could certainly be in communication there. I mean, unless we just had an exorbitant number of candidates, I think we could quickly ascertain. I mean, one thing I would follow up is they're gonna have provide contact information. We would just confirm address and then again, cross-reference that with the county clerk's office.
I said, I don't know, I know the county clerk has a responsibility when you sign up to run for an office, or the secretary of state, whoever has all this. I don't know who, we don't have any authority in that, and somebody's driver's license may or may not be. Anyways, I don't know. I just was throwing out that you may need more time than 3 hours before. And again, if somebody got weeded out between the Monday and the Wednesday, it just shortens up your interview.
I think it was just more so, I wanted a timeline so I could give the board at their meeting on the 24th, you know, an anticipated number of prospective candidates so that we could account for maybe the time of length of interview, something that would need to be, and I'm not even necessarily calling an interview, you know, whatever processes you all would determine, you want to select that candidate, but you probably want to know your numbers just so you can simply kind of schedule and budget your time for that meeting on the 26th.
And my other input would be I requested it be the, you know, a normal 6 o'clock time if we really had a ton and we had to start at 5:30 or something, but I would request just since there'll be 2 meetings that week. And I think we all are full-time workers, so.
Do you want to make an amendment, just go and set the time now?
Yeah, because we'd have to know, because we can't wait until, it won't be posting time for that Monday, so, I would say, yeah, I move that we amend the motion by making the interview start at 6 p.m. on the 26th.
I mean, if acceptable
Or
to
the
the
meeting,
board,
the meeting started at 6
the
p.m.
special meeting, I can add there at 6 p.m. to the existing motion if that's acceptable to the board.
Well, we'll just vote on the amendments.
Okay.
Okay. So 6 p.m. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to make the meeting at 6 o'clock. It was made by Mr. Kisner. Is there a second? Second. A second by Mr. Hovatter. Is there any discussion about the amendment to make the meeting at 6 o'clock? If it's approved by the underlying motion? Okay, not hearing any.
We take a voice vote on this.
Okay.
Mr. Tatum.
We'll do a voice vote. Mr. Hovatter?
Yes.
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 Okay, 3-0, motion passes.
Okay, so now it's been amended to make it at 6 o'clock. Is there any final discussion about the motion? Okay, not hearing any. Do a computer vote?
Yep. Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay. The next, thank you. The next item on the agenda is executive session to update the board on pending legal matters. And after conversation with Mr. Martin, he does not need us to have an executive session. All the content is provided in the executive portion. However, if we still need to have it, the board member would like to have it, we can still do that.
Yeah, I've just highlighted in yellow in terms of any updated information, if there's any questions that you all feel require executive session, but I believe it's rather straightforward what we know at this time, and a couple of matters have had no substantial updates since our last meeting.
But ultimately, you received no reply from the item that says you reached out to Ms. Coyle, correct?
I've had a verbal discussion, and at this point, she had indicated just to hold the pending matter as the legal process is played out.
Okay. I have nothing further then.
Okay, I'm gonna read the recommended action. If no one wants to make the motion, then it won't be made. So it's recommended that the board enter into executive session to discuss pending legal matters. Does anyone want to make that motion? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so we'll move on to service personnel. This is an action item. It's recommended that the board approve the service personnel agenda.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner. Second by Mr. Hovatter. Okay, Mrs. Varner, is there anything that you want to start with?
On the back is the list of all of our proposed transfers for the service for this coming school year.
Yeah, so that final page 2 there, I guess, some of them I understand so we call it a transfer, right?
Yes.
So I'm given the position that they are currently in and the location that they're currently in. We approve the transfer, and then based on your flow chart, you determine where they're going?
No, service has to bid into a position.
Okay.
So every position that is here, or that is newly created, or that someone was ripped out of, will be posted on that 25th of March, and all service transfer and RIF employees will be able to bid on all of those positions at one time.
Mrs. Varner, just for the board's benefit, and when we have a situation with a transferred employee, that means that their seniority level is at a point where we have to
It's a
create
guaranteed
a
position.
prospective position
Yes.
further down the seniority list in which that individual could potentially bid into. However, like Mrs. Varner said, we can't necessarily guarantee that an employee is going to slot to a certain position because a employee in the same classification who is higher in overall seniority could in theory bid on that position, which would then create another vacancy that was a prospective position that the displaced transferred employee could bid to. So we can't ever really talk with our service personnel and say definitively, you're gonna definitely end up here. We can, I think a lot of times we can look and tell them what we think might happen, but again, it's all dependent upon who bids on positions.
So maybe I asked my question poorly, but the first line item is an ECAT A to Terra East Preston.
Yes.
And the reason is decreased enrollment. Will that position exist and it's just a matter of who bids into it? Or is that position gone
That
completely?
position is gone.
Okay.
I only need one ECAT aide in first grade and one ECAT aide in second grade at Terrata next year. So both of those positions are gone. So those two individuals have enough seniority that they are placed on a transfer list, and I had to impact someone who was least senior than them to give them a landing spot. But until we post all the positions and everybody will bid, and then we'll start the shuffle.
But Mrs. Varner, just to give it, and aides are kind of a complex topic.
Yes.
Because in this instance, let's say that that individual is literally the most senior ECAT aide in the county, but we don't need that position any longer. That person's certain level of seniority is going to assure them employment somewhere within the district. Now, with aides, it's different because we have ECAT classified aides and then we have a general aide seniority list. We have to first look at if it's an ECAT aide, we have to look at, do we have a less senior ECAT aide job available for that person to slot to? Now, let's say it's the least senior ECAT aide, but they are more senior than someone on the overall aide list, which might include, for example, special education aides. They still would slot to a job, but you have to try to get them into the ECAT classification first and foremost. If you can't, then you see if we can slot them into an aide job. Aides are one of the more complex. I can remember when we used to work the service personnel, bridge and transfers. There was a lot involved with that. And it's gotten worse because we have a much higher number of ECAT aides now with all the positions that have been added via the Third Grade Success Act.
But decrease in enrollment, school closure, loss of grants, all mean the position is gone. More senior employee means that that position stays.
That position is staying in place because they're being impacted because there's a more senior employee that's going to potentially having that as a possible
landing spot.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood exactly which positions are completely gone and which are saying now you have to go bid and hope you for the best.
End up somewhere.
And like I would say too, like the one that indicates loss of grant, we have to do that because we don't know definitively we're getting that money back. However, if the grant money is reinstated and we know that prior to August 1st, that person would be reinstated to that position if everyone above that individual has been placed back in employment. Am I correct, Mrs.
Yes.
Warner? Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, the motion has been made and it's been seconded. Call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the professional personnel. This is an action item. It's recommended that the board approve the professional agenda. So, moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Hobacker. Mrs. Varner or Mr. Martin, is there anything you want to start with?
First of all, there's some new positions on here that will be, again, posted on that March 25th list when we put out all the positions. Some of them were due to some reconfiguration of positions like Mr. Seymour was talking about, particularly here at the high school. So those are what those positions there are. We do have 4 brand new teacher subs that are coming in. We have a few others who are in the process of finishing that out, so that's going to help us on that end of getting more subs into the building. And then very last on here for right now is the transfers for this coming school year.
Ms. Varner, one thing I would point out to the board with some of the new position requests. Of course, there were 2 positions that, based upon discussion with Mr. Tatum, our intent will be, we have had multiple meetings on a prospective alternative learning center. The intent will be to have a presentation for the board to review and potentially vote upon related to the structure of the ALC, but we felt it prudent to, and I would certainly agree with Mr. Tatum, it was prudent to look at that as a proposal before we would potentially tie positions to an ALC. Now, I understand there's an ALC teacher listed there. That is a position that we have grant funding that we will have to employ that individual in an alternative setting, whether it is at an ALC that is off this campus or here, but I think it would be prudent to go ahead and proceed to that position because we have grant monies directly tied to the employment of a teacher, with that being very specifically what they would have to be, the job title they'd have to work under.
Is that the same thing for the 8th position that we approved on the
Yes.
service personnel? Is that we have grant money that we're
No,
trying to?
that was coming, the 8 position is coming out of carryover levy money out of the, after-school bucket.
Okay.
And that way, that position will be paid out of that for next school year and not take up one of my state aid formula positions to put me over my limit.
But the reason being is if you're gonna employ a teacher, I mean,
You need
generally
an
you're gonna
aide.
have 2 people in the classroom, the aide would be the second
Person.
employee. And we use that because again, we have available funding.
Funding sources.
And I know that's a desire of the board in terms of obviously allocating that monies, allocating those monies for areas of need as quick, not as quickly as possible, but for areas of
Efficiently.
need that we need to address.
Does that make sense? Like the teacher aide position, we need no matter where it is.
We have a grant to
Right,
pay
even
for
if we use
the
them at the high
teacher.
school where we've already got it.
Yes.
Those positions are needed regardless. The other
Correct.
ones aren't needed until there's a facility approved.
Awesome, we're adding a middle school ag county position.
So
That sounds,
it is,
what's
it's
that?
going to
It'll
be,
be halftime at the high school. and
Yeah.
halftime.
it'll be tied between halftime high school and halftime middle school. And what they will do is they will do a 6-week rotation at each one of the middle schools to teach the CTE content that is required within the middle schools.
And Mrs. Varner, part of the thought process, I mean, I think Mr. Justice alluded to during the PHS presentation is, there was an effort, we were on a tight timeline, but Mrs. Varner was trying to work in conjunction with Mrs. Layton and the PHS counseling staff to look at pre-enrollment numbers within programs to make decisions as to, what programs we might impact in some capacity, where we might need to add, where we could potentially subtract staffing based on student interest.
Yes.
We want to make sure that if we've got strong student interest in some areas, for example, I think one of the positions that's recommended here is a CTE business teacher. It's simply because when they were looking at the enrollments for Mr. Sabatino and Mrs. Daff's classes, they were very high capacity, so they felt that this was a potential
We
need
needed
for the
another
coming year.
teacher. And we had at least 5, we could fill 5 more classes of either digital imaging or BCA that kids were requesting to take. So we were able to offset some positions and give them another business teacher in replace of one of the others.
So we'll have 3.5 ag teachers at the high school.
No,
Yeah, 2.5 ag.
you'll have 2.5 ag.
So one of our 3 is going to a half, but that's
Yes.
not represented here.
No,
Okay.
it will be represented on the next agenda.
Cut some positions.
Okay.
That's how we can get, that's how we can ask for other positions. So our net is the same, but when we looked at our enrollment numbers, we saw some programs we could honor, some programs we could make it work. But business, like Mr. Sabatino has 40+ kids in classes this year.
So right now, we're looking at a flux on the business side and a decrease on the ag side. I mean, as far as,
Yes,
as
well,
far as what our
there's-
student
yes,
metrics were during
multiple-
signups, that's.
There were
what
other
we-
There were
programs, too.
multiple CTE programs that were dropping in
Have
areas.
freshmen done their class registration?
Yes, they had.
Okay.
Yeah, all registration's in, and, we've been working diligently for 3 weeks on this schedule. We're pretty confident where we're at.
Which you kind of pushed your timelines up through that
Yeah,
process
normally-
because we wanted to try to make
normally
informed
we have
decisions on
enrollment.
staffing based on enrollment
Right.
rates.
But we knew we were in a staffing crunch and we wanted to have the numbers to make intelligent decisions.
No, and I appreciate that. I mean, I do not think that you're making any decisions. One of the hardest things, we're on the place on the agenda where I can say it. I mean, we've had 2 teachers or two personnel tonight say, hey, please bring my position. Again, this is government. This is not yes or no. This is this or that where we're going to allocate the funds. It is not that we see anybody as less valuable. It's that somehow we have to appropriately choose how we're going to expend our funds. And we want to keep every one of them, or every position. We can't.
So with that, if we're done with the ag position, I'd like to move now to the assistant principal position that's being eliminated at the high school. That person primarily worked in attendance, correct?
Yes.
Attendance and discipline.
Attendance and discipline. We're currently on watch by the state for attendance, but we've made progress with it. Is there any interest of the dean of students, or should the board be prepared that we're just eliminating this position and that's the end, or is there a possibility for
I
that?
would say that with one of the potential position adds, we would be looking to take some level of responsibility from the high school administration. And, I mean, to kind of discuss the reasoning behind the proposed reduction of the assistant, you know, we looked at, for example, basically administrator to student ratio. So if you look at West Preston or Brewston, for example, which are both schools that are over 600 students, they would be, you know, they have they have an assistant, they have a principal. So in that instance, 2 per roughly 300 and some students. Whereas the high school right now, numbers are edging closer to 1,000.
Yeah, they're about 10, 25.
So at 5, of course, you know, we would be at a 200 ratio. So that was definitely part of the decision-making process. To go to 4, we'd be looking more at that 250 to 265 range, which is still lower than a couple of our large K-8 schools, but that's the reasoning. Now, I mean, what Ms. Baker brought forth tonight, if you were looking to provide services of that nature, that's a less expensive option. The one drawback to the high school is if you hire someone into a dean position, that's basically a teaching position in terms of formula, and they would not be able to be provided with any evaluative tasks because they're not hired with an administrative tag.
Just to let you know, she has no evaluative.
At this time, you don't have her doing, she's not involved, other than doing some targeted
In her current position?
doing some walkthroughs.
She does walkthroughs, that's the only thing she does. We just felt as her first year, to be honest with you, and giving her attendance and discipline, it would just
It's a lot.
be a huge learning curve for her. So the other 4 of us took all the evaluations.
Do you feel as the building administrator that if we eliminate this position without the add of the dean of students, are we going to see backsliding on attendance and discipline?
It would be hard to maintain the positive momentum we have. We would try our best, but, I mean, one thing you have to look at is Mr. Justice is giving up the athletic director part of his responsibilities at this point. So he would be able to absorb some of that. But it would be more, the attendance is the one that she has put so much time and investment in knowing this, and her and Aaron working together. That's where it would hurt us more. We can figure out the discipline, honestly, and again, we've worked hard this year to develop that discipline matrix, and we're all on the same page now. We know whatever the infraction is, we just go right to that. If we would even think about going a different route, we talk about it first. That is our go-to, that discipline matrix. I think we can absorb the discipline end of it. The attendance is the one that would concern me the most.
So how is that going to be addressed? If we eliminate this position,
Well, I think we would have to look at the duties, for example, Mrs. Hess is involved with. I think you have to look at your CIS people. The CIS people have restrictions because they have a certain caseload of students that they have. Which, what's the cap
They
limit?
usually 20, 25 is the cap on their.
Oh, I thought they were at a much
They could
higher
go, they
threshold.
could, but their level, it depends on which tiers they're on. So the kids that are on higher tiers, they can only go up to like 20. So I think their tier 1 kids, they can almost do like 60 some within their tier 1 groups.
Yeah, I thought,
Yeah.
But I mean, we would have to look at
it's
some of the
divided
existing
into
staff,
tiers.
even Mrs. Swiger's position. I would have to look at her job description, but,
right.
you know, we would obviously have to look at
MTSS
existing
as
staff and how we would incorporate
Well,
them
I'll
into that.
interject this as well. We're also losing our attendance in kitchen monitors our attendance daily. So she's the one who does our daily attendance, not Becky Erskine in our main office. So we're losing her as well. Now, of course, Becky's gonna have to pick that up. But that's another part of our attendance piece we're losing this year.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we're gonna backslide on attendance. And we're on watch from the state, but if we don't have kids in the school system, what type of wrench or monkey wrench does this cause if the board separates this out? I mean, I know with teaching positions, it causes a whole ripple effect. Is there a ripple effect?
Lori is lateral to her, she's lateral
on
to
the
herself.
agenda. It's on the agenda, it's public.
So as an assistant principal at the high school, assistant principals at the high school are lateral to assistant principals at the high school. So she truly doesn't bump anyone in the terms of professionals.
Okay.
So what it would do is just put.
She would slot there for, like, she's certified special education teacher. for
Yes,
example,
she's
so she
slotted
would-
to impact a special ed teacher at this time due to being more senior than where her impact spot would fall to. So,
So she's sliding back to a teacher salary scale.
If the board approves the agenda. Yeah, but I'm saying that if the board decides to separate that out and keep that position, it would not affect any other, it would affect nothing else on this agenda.
it would not impact anything on this agenda. It would put me right at equal on the, staffing ratio state formula for next year, which means I would have no wiggle room to start the school year with.
Yeah, the concern would be is, we have 2-3 positions on watch, plus we know that the pre-K numbers are,
Yeah, because
Will likely-
the day of the preschool enrollment was that January 17th, which was a snowy day, back on a Friday after being off. So our enrollments are low now, and I do,
It's printing off your work for tomorrow.
I do expect those numbers to go up, which I have impacted some pre-K teachers, because right now I don't have my numbers,
Okay.
so that
So that's
would
the impact.
increase, yes,
I'm just trying to figure out the impact here.
yeah.
Okay.
So, me and Mr. Tatum truly respectfully disagree. We've been through that. I wouldn't put a dollar to attendance. If the parents don't get it and the students don't get it, I say focus on the kids that are showing up. With that said, I mean, Ms. Baker, I have respect for her work. I've seen her at 2 schools personally. I still say at the end of the day, the data shows that we went up 1% from the 21-22 school year to the 22-23 school year. With Ms. Baker in this position and all this focus, we went up 1% from the 22-23 to the 23-24. So now we're in 23-25 or 24-25, and maybe, and she said tonight we're at about 90%, which would be a 1% increase. I
Okay,
think
got
that,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, our numbers in 2016, 2017 were 90%. In 2017-18, we were 92%. So I mean, we're up to, we make it up to 94% pre-COVID. I think we're just headed in a general trajectory of people are getting back on board. Their mind is going away from, it was okay that my kid didn't go to school last year, so it's okay if they don't go this year. Now we'll see. I could be wrong. I'm just one opinion.
That's the COVID year, actually. 2021 is COVID year,
Yeah.
which a lot of that was attributed to how absences were occurred. I mean, honestly, our numbers in districts around the state were artificially high that year.
Yeah. With that said, the other thing that I had no idea this truancy position existed. I just want us all to think about this. And again, I'm here saying I put $0 towards attendance. Do the automated notices. Let people end up in court and they'll figure it out and turn around. And again, we can respectfully disagree on that. But with that said, we have attendance director in Ms. Zofchak. We have a truancy director here. We have principals at each school and secretaries at each school. Think about the amount of manpower and money that we are putting into this. To add another full-time position, essentially we have a principal position that was 70-80% of their job. I'm mind blown at the amount of resources we're putting into that, and we're graduating kids on a 3rd grade reading level. So again, when I say this or that, this is how I'm processing. So I appreciate you entertaining my thoughts.
Okay.
The difference in that data and what they showed earlier, because you're looking at almost 3.5%, 4.5%.
That was simply pulled from Zoom.
This year
and what you.
You were saying 1%, but I mean, you're looking at 3, 4.5. Well, that's only 2.5.
So, which one were you saying was from Zoom, Mr. Martin?
What I emailed you, I mean, the
So
progression,
my thing is-
I'm looking at Preston High from 2016 through the 2023, 2024. So if you go through the progressions, 90.6 in the 16-17, 91.8 in 17-18, 90.9 in 18-19, 92 in the 19-20, 94% in the 2021 year, 86.3, 21-22, 87.2 in the 22-23, 88.6 in 23-24, and I don't know what the quoted number was there, approximately 90?
90.8,
Yeah.
something like that.
So you said we're on watch, but how many school districts are on watch because of the COVID years where everybody failed?
Mr. Hood, I would have to go back to, and that was information that was shared in terms of number of counties. It's a decent number of counties are under that status.
In the 30s, wasn't it?
Yeah, I honestly, I'd have to just,
30 districts or 30% of the districts?
30 districts,
Counties.
30 plus
Wow.
districts.
And the high school used to only have the 4 admin. We added the 5th in when we had some extra money that came in through, it was even before the COVID money came in. And we added that extra one in at that point, so.
Thank you for that fact.
How many we have now in school? We had 1,200 students in 3 grades, and I only know 2.
Okay, is there any further discussion regarding the professional agenda? Okay, not hearing any. I call the vote.
voting is open. Mr. Hoover, I found, I'm just trying to look up that data, I found it, it was back in the October 15th meeting, I'll see what I can uncover. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is bus safety concerns. This is a discussion information item.
Mr. Tatum, just to reiterate, I've done some updates. School resource officer reported a criminal complaint has been filed with magistrate court. That situation was actually taken to court last week. The defendant served on the 28th of February. There was a court date last Friday. I've not heard the results of that, but I did want to update. That was a case that was referenced that there was an individual who drove like under the mechanical arm. That was referenced. Officer Lewis indicated there was a second referral has been made about an alleged illegal passing in Reedsbury on March 4th. I actually got an opportunity to watch the footage, and I've asked Mr. Plum and Officer Lewis to please share that with Sheriff Spiker. There was an instance where I feel like, and I don't know if you got to see that a lot, Mrs. Barner, but it was a situation where I think the driver should have certainly been more cautious in terms of the following distance. But I would also say in watching when the driver signaled, like the driver, the person was already coming around before the driver ever signaled. And I think it was one of those situations they felt like the bus wanted them to come around, but I've asked them to have Sheriff Spiker review in conjunction with them, and they feel if they want to pursue that should be a decision made by the sheriff in conjunction with Officer Lewis. So I'll find out what the status of that case is, but they were just reviewing that footage. It might have been yesterday. It might have been yesterday they were looking at that. So I'll get clarification on that, Mr. Hogarth. Those are the only 2 pending cases we've had recently, but I mean, I feel like, again, by taking these situations to court, I think that's, word will get out over time. I think that it's certainly a step in the right direction. And I have not done any additional driver interviews, and I just want to share where we were with that process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. Next on the agenda is the Office of Civil Rights Guidance Document. This is a discussion and information item.
Mr. Tatham, this was in response to a citizen who had submitted a guidance document from, let me make sure I have this right, the Acting Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, United States Department of Education. Basically, when that was received back in mid-February, I provided that notification to our legal counsel who reviewed. She did a cursory review of our policies and did not find that any of our current policies would be considered a violation. I've tried to provide a written response to the private citizen within the board agenda in the public section. In addition to, they asked, some specific things that they asked for were programming during or after school that potentially affected by the guidance or policy listed for the public. You know, I went through and I knew of some organizations that were working with targeted groups of students, which in this instance, I did reference the Libera Club, which was debated by the board. It was a club with the stated mission to provide female students with caring mentors who genuinely listen, helping women and teens in West Virginia feel seen, love themselves, and to flourish. Because that was primarily devoted to female students, that I felt was probably appropriate to indicate here. I also mentioned the Upward Bound program, which was mentioned earlier. Upward Bound does work with a targeted group of students. Those are first generation college students who are potentially first generation of their families to go to college. I would say, and then community and schools, which targets at-risk students based upon criteria such as at-risk, whether it is attendance, discipline, whatever happens to be the case. So try to identify any of these groupings that we're working with a very select targeted group of students. In terms of associated costs with those groups, other than providing those groups with potential space, we don't really, classroom space, we don't really have any additional costs. They are typically funded either by state or federal aid grants. So if there is a concern in regards to compliance with I've just lost my train of thought. The Civil Rights Office, we feel that those funding sources will be impacted at that juncture. So I hope that this is an acceptable response, but at this time, we feel that our policies are not in violation, and that was certainly backed by, again, the notification received by our council, and I've tried to answer any of the questions that were put forth by the individual citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Is there any discussion?
The only follow-up was at the last meeting, I think we discussed, you were gonna reach out to principals and ask them to review their local policies on a school.
And
Just
that's
making
something
sure we cross our T's and dot our I's.
At this point, I'm still in the process with that in terms of looking at the local school-based but that's more so just a review of our county level policies and looking at potential, trying to reply to the questions specific to funding and potential programming.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving a serious response. I mean, again, cost us some legal time, but we did try to take it serious and give a correct response.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the MOU between Preston County Schools and the town of Reedsville for patrol of school grounds at West Preston School. This is a discussion, information, and action item. It's recommended that the board approve the MOU between Preston County Schools and the town of Reedsville for patrol of school grounds at West Preston School. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hovatter.
Well, I guess I'll second.
A lot of options tonight.
The right side is carrying this thing. I just want you to know.
That's why I have to list that one myself there. Okay, so that's provided for everyone, and I know the town of Reedsville approved this. Is there any discussion?
Was this initiated by them or us, or?
This was initiated by the town of Reedsville. Actually, Sheriff Spiker, who I believe was a former town councilman in Reedsville, I think this is a document that he would like to get set up similarly with all municipal police departments that are operating. So this is something, if the formatting looks good, and like, for example, I could reach out to the city of Kingwood, city of Terrata, anyone that is operating with, in which there's schools in their communities, to see the possibility if they would be interested in completing a similar agreement. And of course, that would need to run through their town councils and so forth. But I thought the layout of this, in terms of the document itself, I thought it was well planned. I appreciate the town of Reedsville's willingness to provide patrol services. I mean, West Preston's a pretty large campus. There are sections in behind that, in terms of visibility from the road. I think it's certainly beneficial to have a police presence. Some of the, buildings that the board still owns that are, now in a state of disrepair, I think to avoid vacancy and so forth, again, police presence there, I think I'm very much in favor of it.
No, I thought, looked good from everything. Again, not a lawyer. The only concern I have is several of our principals don't live in their communities. assume we authorize our principals to delegate a more local person if it becomes
They
necessary.
usually call me, honestly, like 911 center, if there's an issue at school, they call me.
I just knew it listed specific, or the agreement says it will be the school principal is their first, or is their main contact.
And I can
So I don't care.
When
I'm just
I
saying.
reply back to the town, pending your all's vote, I would certainly indicate that, I would probably be able to respond more promptly than the building principal, just because she lives a further distance.
I understand, I just know several of them have principals that are, most of them, I think, have principals that are not.
Okay. Any other discussion? Not hearing any, we call the vote.
Vote is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the MOU between Preston County Schools and Genesis Youth Crisis Center. This is a discussion, information, and action item. It's recommended that the board approve the MOU between Preston County Schools and Genesis Youth Crisis Center to provide children with serious emotional disorder therapy for the 2024-25 academic year. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Hovack. Is there any discussion?
So it says in the event that one of the students is a member of the CSEDW. So I mean, like, they're a member of something outside of the school, and
As I understand this, this is like a similar arrangement to like what we work with like Valley Mental Health. If a student is identified with, and I want to make sure I'm correct in the verbiage here, serious emotional disorder, that this organization could potentially provide some level of counseling for the student. This would be, work similarly as if they're working in conjunction with the student. Like third-party billing would be associated with the student's family if they have insurance and so forth. So it's a potential to offer services in the school for students that have been diagnosed with this serious emotional disorder.
It's a waiver that you can get.
right, but I mean, it says students that are members of this.
Yes.
Are we identifying them as members, or they're
No.
identifying themselves as members outside of the system?
You have to apply for this waiver outside of our system.
Okay.
And then you receive the waiver through it's an outside.
Okay. So basically, we're just giving them authorization to treat the child on our facility
volunteer.
campus.
Yes.
I guess my question is, why would we want to take away from educational time to do that? Like, I mean, it's one of the things that I've questioned, that I constantly question is, why do we not want them learning math if they could meet with these? I mean, I don't have any problem with a meeting with them. Obviously, if they need some help, I mean, I think that'd be great. I think it'd be better in an after-school environment so that we're not detracting from our purpose.
I certainly understand the concern there. What I would say is they've often found that
A lot of these
they can get to these kids where they're not necessarily brought for treatment otherwise.
Yes. So these kids wouldn't be able to stay after school. A lot of them wouldn't, because the parents would not come get them afterwards. And these are our kids who have experienced a lot of traumas. Therefore, they're not, depending on what's going on, they're not going to learn math or reading that day, depending on if they need someone to be able to talk to them. So if we could get this person into the school, if they're having that bad day, to work with them, that would be a lot more beneficial than leaving them in the rooms to tear everything up.
Okay. I just, take it for what it's worth, I prefer that we do try to encourage it to happen outside of that. I think we should advocate for that.
I mean, and we could try to suggest that they come during an art or a music time versus a core subject time. I mean, it wouldn't fit.
We do have some level of control in terms of when that's scheduled, for sure.
Yes.
But if the kid is in a crisis mode, then they need attention.
I guess, Mr. Haver, I mean, that's very true. I mean, I think these are kids who are identified with that. I think there's going to be difficulties in terms of getting much academic gain with them until these situations are remedied.
Right. Like, that's why my beginning question was how they become part of the CSEDW, because if they got to go through a process of that, this isn't like someone coming in and getting identified as being part of that group the day that their dad dies, right? Like, there's something about this that means that there's less time constraints, is my assessment.
A lot of these kids are either gonna have a physical, sexual, an abuse or a neglect, or there's another piece that's tied into that they've been through DHHR connections or something that's helped them get this waiver, signed up for this waiver.
Thank you.
Thank you for the information. Questions? Okay, any other discussion? Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
The next item on the agenda is the MOU between Preston County Schools and Valley District Baseball Incorporated. This is a discussion, information, and action item. It's recommended that the board approve the MOU between Preston County Schools and Valley District Baseball Incorporated for the 2025 baseball and softball seasons. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner, second by Mr. Hobart. Is there any discussion?
I don't remember this last year.
Yeah, it was submitted in late February.
Or I guess I should say, I don't remember, was there a cost associated with last year?
Yes, there was.
So-
Last year was the first year that they moved that. It was, so I think, honestly, the only thing I really updated on this was they asked, obviously I had to update all the dates associated with it, and they wanted to be sure that it was inclusive of both potentially baseball and softball, because I think the school was very late in the process, but they were able to get someone willing to coach the softball team. But that was the first year last year that there were a couple of different provisions in this that are maybe different than a lot of the MOUs. They did place restrictions on the school from being able to charge admission to anyone under 18 years of age, which was a carryover from last year. And the other caveat was, I believe they're charging like about a $35 fee per rostered player. Yes.
So I was part of the Valley District Baseball League as a board member for many, many years. I haven't for a few years, but, you know, they're saying here that they're gonna make sure the fields are prepped and ready. They're gonna be chalked. All that comes at a cost.
Sure, I
mean,
would say
the
they do,
last year-
I mean, that's no different than what we do in terms of charging facility
Right.
charges to organizations, Mitts. I get it.
But I'm just glad that we're able to use the facility. It's a great.
Yeah, it's a nice set of fields for sure.
Yep, great facilities.
Any other discussion? Okay, not hearing any, I call the vote.
Okay, voting is open. Motion passes 3-0. Mrs. Vaughn.
Can we go forward? The next item on the agenda is the proposed physical support for SHIELD program. This is a discussion, information, action item. It's recommended that the board approve the allocation of a range of $6,000 to $8,000 carryover levy, safety, and security funding to support a proposed SHIELD program in conjunction with the county commission and sheriff's department, pending approval from those organizations that will provide officer presence in all school and district schools at least 2 hours per week during the 2025-26 academic year.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner,
Second.
second by Mr. Hobart. My other question is why does the board have to approve it, and that's within your guys' threshold to approve it?
I think the commission just wants an action from the board before they would, that they would just like to see
So they're
a
requesting.
definitive fiscal commitment.
Okay.
I would say too, Mrs. Alexander, I would go to the commission to present. Mrs. Alexander would like to be a part of that. I certainly would encourage that. I know she has really done a lot of legwork in terms of reaching out to the commission and so forth. Again, I've had discussions with Sheriff Spiker. He seems to be certainly committed to this as well. But obviously, we would just indicate, if this is approved tonight, that there's a willingness on our end to support this at the fiscal threshold that were requested, if that is matched, of course, by the commission and sheriff.
So I understand, so the other parties are asking for approval, you're not asking
No.
for us to approve it, okay.
And this, we've utilized levy safety security monies, for example, to help fund the SRO officer, so it falls within the confines of what we can spend levy dollars on.
But ultimately, the agreement is going to be presented by us to the county commission.
Yes.
I know she's going to speak, but I'm saying, we're only
We're
We're
asking,
doing a facet of the SHIELD program as a whole, as we understand it. We're not,
correct.
so.
It's kind of a starting point,
We're gonna have to
getting more
provide
officer
them.
presence in our,
Yeah.
consistently in our school.
And I just want to clarify from the statement Ms. Alexander said earlier, that the county commission and the sheriff's department is going to pick up 2/3.
As I understand it, I mean, in Jackson County, all three entities, the commission, the Board of Education, and the sheriff's department. The sheriff works under the operation of the commission, but in Jackson County, the sheriff allocated, I think, and we got to see a presentation on the SHIELD program, actually, the Jackson County Sheriff and I think their SHIELD coordinator presented down at the WVSA conference in Fairmont. And I think it's been very successful for Jackson County, but, again, we're looking to start a similar program. Certainly, I think we can lean on them for some of the things that have worked well, things that haven't worked well, but this is more of a process. As I remember correctly, they took monies from, like, for example, their vehicle replacement fund, but they were able to backfill it with grant monies that they had applied for. I mean, they had a systematic way to go about it.
I think it's a great idea. Actually, I spoke with Sheriff Fields prior to the election, and I spoke to Sheriff Spiker since. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I think both seem supportive of the initiative for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Okay. Board members, I'll try to be quick. Of course, we have the superintendent's update I've provided from both March 3rd and March 10th. We've got a calendar of events. Certainly you can review that. We've updated stories on, for example, the county had 3 students that actually placed at the regional math field day competition. We had 2 students from Brewston School, 1 from Preston High School. Preston High School was also recognized as the most improved category for high school in mathematics at this year's regional event. The academic calendar, of course, is on the board's agenda tonight, so when we get to that agenda section, I'm not going to spend any substantial time discussing that. Mrs. Varner, at this point, the deadline for the early retirement notices, approximately how many did we have submitted?
We had 3.
So we had 3 early retirement notices that were submitted that would be eligible for the stated bonus. As we jump into today's update, and I'm sorry I didn't have a physical copy of that, but I think that was emailed out this morning. Of course, again, calendar of events. One thing this week is Mr. Seymour and I, along with Mr. Tennant, will be traveling to Charleston on Wednesday to the Preston County Day at the Legislature. Mr. Justice, Mrs. Weaver, and approximately 8 CTE students from the food service program will be going down tomorrow afternoon. They'll be meeting John Gio from the Inn to set up. They'll be serving buckwheat cakes and sausage in the Capitol Rotunda on Preston County Day. We have Mr. Seymour and I will be chaperoning, along with Mr. Tennant, will be chaperoning 4 students who will be participating as pages on the Senate floor. We certainly appreciate our working in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce. Mrs. Ashton does a great job of promoting Preston County and certainly has made a conscious reach out to the school district for our involvement, and we appreciate that. Of course, we saw some student recognitions tonight for the Science Olympiad, and several of those same students participated in the Science Showdown at Fairmont State last Friday. We do have Mrs. Michelle Liga that approached me last week and would like to work on the beginning of development of a more formal policy as it relates to AI technology. We have provisions that are listed within our acceptable use policy. Mrs. Liga has expressed interest. I told her first step is let's get a committee of interested educators. I think with a primary focus, we're open to any involvement from educators. We feel like though, in particular, English language arts would be an area where that is probably going to be a potential use of AI technology would be most prominent. So we're getting a link out there just to find out some interested folks, and we'll convene meetings in the very near future to begin policy development. The academic calendar again, the committee came up with we had a 21-member team, met back on February 27th. They had 2 recommendations for calendars. They voted on a 12-9 margin for their preferred calendar, which is on tonight's agenda for, I don't know if we're going to get a lot of public comment tonight, unless Jake, if you like to add something. But that will be on the 24th agenda as well, and we'll get it posted on the website. I have in the past gotten a lot of email correspondence, so pending the board's approval tonight, we'll get that on the website to elicit public comment from there. Also, we had several students participate in the all-county chorus from three schools, Kingwood Elementary, Fellows,ville and Central Preston. We appreciate the efforts of teacher Hillary Barlow, who chaperones students down there. Great to see a lot of involvement of our kids in the all-county chorus. We had a great athletic week last week in the fact that Preston High School we had three students finished, three wrestlers finished all-state status. Braden Miller finished 6th in all-state, and we actually had 2 state champions, siblings, the first brother or sister tandem to be state champions. To my knowledge, in the same event, I don't know, that may never happen again, honestly. I don't know, that was pretty incredible, but Cole and Ava Turner both captured state titles at the state wrestling event this past weekend, so a great weekend for our wrestlers. Our boys basketball team actually played the regional opening round game against Wheeling Park on Friday. Advanced, I know tomorrow, Mr. Seymour, we have a spirit bus that is scheduled to take several students and interested staff. They play at Morgantown High. Morgantown High is the #1 team, 3-time defending champion. We're going after them tomorrow. We're going to see it. We're going to play hard and see how things progress. But I think the team has shown great fortitude throughout the year, and I know that they're going to go out and put on a great performance tomorrow, win, lose, or draw. So. Very excited about that. Obviously, we had an update from the Department of Ed. Now, in terms of just the base, we've talked about it in the past. We have currently 5 additional days we've used beyond the state allocated days. I am going to put in a formal request for at least consideration by State Superintendent Black for 2 of those days. The January 6th date, which was a state of emergency, and the date back in September that was related to the digital online threats. We've already talked about the calendar committee. We talked about the last meeting in regards to, we have formally submitted to USAC a Form 471 advising our intent to accept a contract from Prodigy and notified Frontier of our intent to shift to another service provider. I will bring that contractual document to the board for their review at our next meeting. I would say that the acceptance of this contract will result in approximately $20,000 in savings. And it will actually be able to increase the majority of our locations, will be able to increase the bandwidth. So it's also very desirable. We'll be working with a Preston County-based business, Prodigy. So very excited about that. Did want to update the board, Mrs. Varner, Bill LaRue, myself, Mr. Hoyt, met with Greg Martin with Williamson Shriver Architecture. We kind of talked about when we've gone through the process to select architects back about a month ago. We were very impressed with Williamson Shriver, so we have decided to work with them in terms of preparing a submission for a a major improvement project, which to the School Building Authority, that deadline is in early April. The projects have to be under $1 million threshold. We are looking at potential efficiency projects at South Preston related to the HVAC systems. We also talked about lighting. I mean, we talked about a variety of ways that we could bring about greater efficiencies. We are spending our utility bills, particularly our electric bill, are substantial at South Preston. So that is why we're pursuing this project. It is considered one of our #1 priority projects in our comprehensive educational facilities plan. It would be anticipated we would need to come forth with some level of matching funds to this project. Well, once we get the potential scope of the project, we'll determine what type of percentage match we might look at in terms of hopefully able to garner funding for the project. We also have a scheduled meeting with Thrasher Engineering on Thursday to finalize plans for the Kingwood Elementary secure entryway. It's hoped to have this project out to bid in the month of April. We would love to have people working on that project as early as June. So that's kind of our goal. We have multiple district schools attending the youth and government seminars. I know Terrata, East Preston, and South Preston. Anybody else, Mrs. Varner? And Aurora is also there. So we have 3 school groups attending the youth and government seminar. Unfortunately, they're leaving on Wednesday, right when Preston County Day at the legislature. I said I wish they should have stretched it one more day. We'll be working in conjunction. Obviously, we talked about the Chamber of Commerce and what we've got going on there. Mrs. Varner, anything from a personnel standpoint that we haven't already discussed? And our next meeting is scheduled for the 24th at 6 p.m. And of course, we have a special meeting as per our vote earlier on the 26th to review potential Board of Education candidates for the vacant seat. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Taylor.
Okay. Any questions for the superintendent? Okay. Not hearing any? The next item on our agenda is out-of-state field trips. This is an information and action item. It's recommended that the board approve the following out-of-state field trips: South Preston 8th grade to Washington, D.C., Aurora School 8th grade to Washington, D.C. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hovack. Is there any discussion?
The South Preston trip is truly some use of some old levy funds that have not been used. Thank you for that use.
And that was
We're
confirmed
running
by
out of
Mr.
that.
Hoyt this
I
morning.
did confirm that with Mr. Hoyt, as I believe there's some confusion on our last agenda, so just to head that off, that one truly is, and they both are, I think, good educational trips. So.
Sure.
Okay. I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Next on the agenda is the chaperone volunteer list. This is an action item. Recommend that the board approve the chaperone list for Aurora School. May I get a motion? So moved. Moved by Mr. Hovacker.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kisner. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Taylor, Mrs. Principal White indicated she has checked any of these prospective names against the criminal background list, and they have filled out the proper disclosures and are on file at the school.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, next is the professional meetings, but there are none. So after that, we have the ongoing literacy discussion.
Mr. Taken, just wanted a few updates from Mrs. Rush in terms of, she's worked in conjunction with Mrs. Varner to get summer school positions posted. We're running a very similar summer school program to last year. We'll have 4 sites. It'll be a 5-week program. We're targeting K through 3 students. Numbers are capped at 30 students, and students will be prioritized for those who are via the 3rd grade Success Act assessment, the assessments to check on, obviously, student progress. Those students, the students that are identified as
In tier 2s and tier 3s.
your tier 2, tier 3 is going to be prioritized for placements, looking at 1 site coordinator and 2 instructors per site. We'll also be running middle school camps as well. There will not be busing associated with middle school camps. And there'll be a small charge fee if there is any fiscal hardship that's listed. We would work to find a means of getting those students in regardless of their ability to pay. Thursday, March 13th, Dr. Taylor will be holding a training session at the Board of Education from 3:30 to 4:30 about writing English language arts goals for the MTSS process. This is primarily for K through 5 teachers. Mrs. Rush was encouraging any SAT chairs to be there as well. Again, just kind of what we talked about and what Mrs. Rush alluded to during her discussion last time. We want to continue to provide training opportunities for those who are working with the MTSS process and through the SAT process. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Taylor.
Is there any questions or discussion?
Who's Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Taylor is a consultant which had a contract that was approved by the board back, I don't know the exact meeting date, but she's coming in and does consult work throughout the year in all of our district schools.
Part of the model schools or just a separate?
No,
Only with
she's
the
not
science
associated with
ISIL.
IS. I can't think of it.
ICLA.
No.
I said. Nothing further.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the transition planning for Rollsburg and Bellows-Ville students. This is an information and discussion item.
Yeah, just wanted to update quickly. We had our initial meeting with Rollsburg staff, and Mr. Kisner was able to join by Teams. We met with them on the 28th. These were some of the things that were brought up as action steps. Develop a survey and letter to send to all Rollsburg area parents, which I provided that down in the administrative files. Mr. Kisner, we saw what you had listed. I went ahead and pushed that out, and the fact that our inter-county transfer process is gonna require to know where the parent potentially would want to enroll the student. So I didn't see the harm in that, because what that will help us do is, once we have those numbers, we'll kind of know who then we need to schedule meetings with to explain the inter-county transfer process. But knowing who's going to Aurora versus who might go to the Kingwood area helps us to plan for contingencies as they relate to transportation, staffing, and so forth. One thing they talked about was working with Aurora and the Kingwood area schools to coordinate school or staff day visits to the potential receiver schools, to assess the on-file facility use form for the Rollsburg Booster Organization, something we've indicated we would do. Schedule a parent meeting to discuss the inter-county transfer process, which we'll do once we have the results from the recently released survey. Ensure that Rollsburg and Aurora thrill share systems are linked, so that messaging that's going out from Aurora will then be linked with Rollsburg, inviting them to events and so forth, which Mrs. White's already working. They've been invited to multiple events thus far anyway. And the last thing was, there was a concern reported. I know there were a lot of concerns brought forth about the Cheat Mountain in terms of Route 50 between Rollsburg and Aurora. I would say that it was kind of strange. Mrs. Varner, as I drove to Rollsburg, we really had a lot of complaint with the trees are like just leaning out over the road. I mean, it's really bad. And one of the staff members asked for us to reach out to DOH in terms of taking care of that, because it's dangerous conditions on 72 right now, honestly, with a lot of the condition of some of the trees along. They're leaning on power lines, directly leaning out over the road, getting a lot of potential slippages from the hillside. So that's certainly a concern as well. And just that's all that came out of that meeting at this time. We're going to continue to work with Rollsburg and the prospective receiver schools to, again, try to aid in that process as much as possible. We are scheduled for a transition meeting with the Fellows School on this coming Thursday, immediately after school, 2:30. Board members, as long as there's not more than 3 of you present, if you have interest either being in person or Teams call, just let me know, and we'll make that arrangement.
Any questions or discussion?
How many of the students or the parents did you receive?
I haven't got the results yet back, Mr. Hogan. I mean, I know Mr. Smittle, I think, pushed that out. He might have done it right at the end of the week last week, so, there's 30-some students, so you're not gonna have to get a ton back, but it's a mixture of, they send them out with paper-based, they put it out on Facebook, and they provide, I provide them with a letter, like a QR link, that they could submit digitally. Once we get the information though, and I think it's included there in your packets as well, in terms of what that letter looks like. Haven't seen the results yet, but I'll certainly share those at a future meeting.
And I think we need to get with Steve, Mr. Plum, for an alternate route. I mean, there was a truck accident last
I know,
week
no,
that shut the road down.
Yep, absolutely. I know that was something that was brought up through the process, so we need to look at our contingency planning because there's been a couple accidents for sure.
If anyone has interest in going to the Fellows meeting this Thursday in person, I would certainly give you priority. I will not be able to make it in person. I'm sorry, but if there's not already other people that are interested, I got to do the other one. I will attend that one.
Well, I wanted to go to Rollsburg and I wasn't able to go. I'd like to go to this one.
Okay.
I have 2 new employees I'm training. Hopefully I can get away.
If you can, like, if a Teams link works better for you, Mr. Hovater, just let me know and we'll do it that way. That seemed to work pretty well by Teams.
It did. Yeah, I thought it was an excellent meeting. I really appreciate it. I do think that there's a lot of staff. I mean, teachers, I think everybody there was trying to think through it, and I appreciate the amount of effort, people taking it seriously. And again, this is going to be hard on the students, and I think we should be putting forth resources, efforts, and time and consideration into trying to do this as well as we can.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda is input on the proposed 2025-26 school calendar. This is a public hearing number 1. This is a discussion, information, and action item. Is there a recommended motion? No? Shoot. Didn't catch that. Is it recommended that the?
I would recommend, yeah, hold on. I apologize. I thought I did.
They're not doing our work for us.
Recommend the board approve the proposed calendar on first reading.
Are you going to assist the public input for the time?
Not yet, we did not do the motion yet.
Oh.
is a motion, I apologize, Mr. Tatum, recommend the board approve the proposed calendar on first reading.
Okay, so I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay. Is there any public discussion?
I just want to say, in all seriousness, I liked A because the semester ends at Christmas.
As long as we don't have any snow days.
If we don't have any snow days. So it doesn't carry over into January like it did this year and have that chaos. But even so, it only carried over a week and a half.
Yeah.
And that's real hard on teachers. That actually gives them all over Christmas break to get their grade books in order and do their grading and all that stuff to end the quarter.
I mean, just to give a quick, if it would be desired, just to give a quick summary of the calendar, we front-loaded professional development on the front end with a couple days plus a prep day and faculty center, which is required. We do have a day that we pop in after about a week's worth of school. We have found that's a great time to bring in our beginning teaching staff where they've had students for a few days and we can follow up with some follow-up sessions that we weren't able to work with them on the front end. One thing that was requested by the committee, this puts us off on Buckwheat Friday. We have 2-hour early dismissal on Buckwheat Thursday. The staff really was pretty emphatic about wanting to have the day after Buckwheat Festival out of calendar, which is, it's an OS day.
OS day.
I would say that we have a couple of our professional learning days aligned with scheduled major conferences with both the science teacher and math teachers conferences, the anticipated dates for those. We have a full week off for Thanksgiving. Around Christmas break, we have school on the 22nd. We'd be on a 2-hour early dismissal on the 23rd. And then the rest of, through Christmas, we would be off then without students until January 6th. Trying to think anything else. We do have a professional meeting and out of calendar and then 2 OS days to create the possibility of a spring break that would be 6 days counting the weekend. And graduation is scheduled under this calendar on 28th, which would avoid any potential conflict with the state track and field meet, which is in some years. Well, we've often had conflict there. One of the calendar proposers had us going with graduation the week before, which would have created potential conflict. But again, this one on a 12-9 margin, and one thing Mr. Seymour indicated too is the first semester, without any pre-Christmas snow days, would have us ending the first semester prior to Christmas break. So I think the calendar committee did a nice job with this. The other submission was really very similar to this, except it pushed the start of school back a little later and pushed us ending school later. And I believe graduation under that one pushed into June, did it not?
June 4th.
June 4th.
June
Okay.
4th.
No, I don't see the graduation on this calendar.
If you look at the very bottom left,
So it's just, okay, so it's not on the date, it's just.
yeah, we actually have to identify that down at the bottom section. But when we punch this calendar in, it automatically tells you if there's anything that's non-compliant that the state wouldn't approve. It won't let you create a calendar with an issue of that nature.
You said that the other calendar started later and ended later,
Correct.
so it pushed back, okay. Was that the main thing that the people who voted for it was wanting?
We came forth originally with, we try to at least give the committee, we try to have some prepared calendars for them to look at when they come in. We had 2 that would have had a after Labor Day start, and the committee collectively had no interest in that. Like there wasn't one individual said they wanted that.
Yeah.
Because, and I think some of that may be attributed to the fact like this year we've had a large number of snow days, there would have been concern that a calendar of that nature could really push you very deep into June.
And then last, just so we're on the same page, this is not a staggered start.
The
Right?
staggered start doesn't necessarily encompass here. I mean, that's something we have to look at. One thing the committee was also pretty emphatic on is they did want to have some level of staggered start associated. That's something we'll have to put forth to you guys, but that's nothing that we propose in this state calendar.
Okay, I thought it was in there last year. So on a staggered start, all of those days count as educational days, even though the students are only in the classroom 1 out of the 4.
1 out of 3.
1 out of 3.
And that also provides time for your kindergarten pre-K.
I'll just give you input on that from a high school principal standpoint. Having a nice we orient them in the morning and let them basically walk their schedule in the afternoon and meet their teachers without all the other chaos here.
Mr. Seymour, maybe too, we could get some perspective from the students as well in terms of their thoughts, but I appreciate that in terms of perspective from the high school standpoint for sure.
No, I would agree. I think a staggered start is beneficial, especially at the high school level. No, yeah.
Well, and here, I mean, here's another thing. Seniors and junior schedules are much more complicated than freshmen and sophomore. So bringing the seniors and juniors in on their own day helps us work those schedules out. Now, I will say this, last year, our counselors did a great job. There weren't that many issues as we normally have, but that can get pretty dicey.
I won't lie, I'm really not the biggest fan of it, and I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I know how much it benefits, like you said, the freshmen. And I hear from staff all the time, even bus drivers, they love it. So I understand. I'm just a traditionalist. I just like to start school when we start school, but I understand.
Well, and honestly, Brooke, I'm glad you, I think sometimes we receive feedback is a family might have, I can tell you, I absolutely did have this. At one point, I had 3 kids and they all had different start dates. And that's something that has been expressed. So, all I can say is the committee seemed to be very favorable to that concept. But certainly that's something we don't submit through this process, but we can bring forth that as a discussion point to the board in the future meeting for sure. Because right now we have to establish this as a schedule in terms of the staggered start. That's something we can certainly bring forth to the board for possible approval.
Yeah, I've heard parents that like it, parents that I've heard
It's a mixed bag.
of where you're at. Again, I certainly see value for at least a 2-day staggered start with your 9th grade. Like anybody that's moving up to a new school, I see a lot of value.
Kids moving from elementary to middle, 9th graders,
like
your little
moving
kids.
up. I see, even middle schoolers that are now going to be changing classes that haven't been before in some schools. So anyway, I just was curious. I
Well,
thought
there was discussion to that too, to like looking at maybe it's not a stagger for all grade levels, but specific grade levels. So, maybe we can work to come with some type of proposal to encompass that as well for the board's consideration. Because there was definitely discussion to that level as well with the committee.
And then pre-K and K would come on their day, because they have to do their home visits prior to.
We were thinking there Thursday,
Their
right?
Thursday.
It's kind of like shock when you come into the school this size.
Well, when you're coming from Rollsburg, yeah.
Small schools, it's tough for sure. The other thing, we had our NTI, or what we call brain freeze application. We did get feedback from some of the committee members as well, but that's also included for the board's review in this section as well.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. This is for first read. I call a vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
I know we just closed it, but if I can just pass on, Mr. Martin, if we can put an emphasis on the value of those brain freeze days. Again, I think that it gives parents an insight in their kids' learning because they're there home to witness it. And I think we lose credibility when parents don't feel like it's taken seriously, that they're really getting education value from it, right?
One thing I would say, Mr. Kisner, that we talked about in the committee is stipulating some type of deadline early in the instruction year, really before we get into snow days, of teachers already having a submitted activity that would be an appropriate, an age grade level appropriate activity that's in there at the onset, so that initial day we're already prepared for that initial day. Because I think it's the first time we call one, it's a little bit of a touch like, well, if we know that content's already there. We provided sometimes staff, early release on that Buckwheat Thursday, pending they've fulfilled certain, and that might be a great thing to put out there to say, pending, proper update of your anticipated brain freeze, first day brain freeze activity, that we can allow the staff to depart in that 2 hours.
Maybe we should put that as agenda item.
Sure,
In
right.
the future, that we can.
Absolutely.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is Preston County Schools Policy 12-16, Substance Abuse Policy for Transportation Staff. This is a discussion, information, and action item. It's recommended that the board approve Preston County Schools Policy 12-16, Substance Abuse Policy for Transportation Staff on the second read and for final approval. May I get that motion? Okay, moved by Mr. Hovatter. Second by Mr. Kisner. Okay, any discussion?
Mr. Kidden, the only follow-up is I sent this to the National Transportation, I don't know the exact title, Mr. Poe with National Transport, I don't know the.
Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration?
Basically, the representative that came in here and met with Mr. Plum, I mean, he only made one suggestion that we include Preston County Schools in all the spots where it said, other or something. But I think it's stipulated right in that first line that that was okay. That was the only feedback. I mean, they are strongly pushing for unilateral adoption of this with all counties so that there's consistency from district to district.
You're basically right, but I mean, it's just federal law.
Right.
Just copy and paste it.
Well, I said, my biggest concern was just that I don't think we have a way to identify the people who are on these, they're qualified for it. I mean, we're not, I don't like rules that we can't enforce, and I don't know that we have the ability.
And any CDL driver is,
self-reported.
it should be self-reported. I mean, you're subject to
Subject to
CFR, FMCSA, Part 382, code, whatever it is. As a CDL licensed driver, you have to take it.
And that would be our drivers, our sub-drivers, and we do have select maintenance staff that maintain CDL.
It's self-reported.
Oh, you're talking about the medication?
That's all I'm saying. I mean, that's the amendment that they were asking us to do is ultimately, and I'm just saying, like, I feel like, again, once you put it into your policy, now you've got more liability. I'm not opposed to it. I just was.
So basically, it's up to the driver to say, look, I had an injury or I'm sick and I got put on this medication, I can't
Which
drive.
we had a driver actually reach out recently with concern
Right,
about
and
nature.
that's what
I
they
mean,
should
Do we then have to, do we still pay them?
Well, in that instance, I think they had to use accrued sick leave.
Okay.
Because if they would get popped for a random
And be on it. Yeah.
and be positive, then we have to do a whole return to work.
Yeah, it's just like if they had a medical situation that would not require them to drive them, it's the same instance, they were on medication that doesn't allow them to temporarily drive.
Okay. Thank you. I'll call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
What is the clock on the phone? I'm approaching the witching.
I can't see the bottom of the agenda, Mr. Baker, that's a good sign.
Okay. Next on the agenda is Preston County Schools Policy, no, didn't update, okay, yeah, Preston County Schools Policy 10-13, School Volunteers and Chaperones. This is a action, discussion, information item. Recommend that the board approve the amendment marked in yellow of Preston County Schools Policy 10-13 for school volunteers and chaperones. Can I get that motion? So moved. Okay, moved by Mr. Kisner. I'm sorry, Mr. Hovatter.
Second.
Second. Okay. Discussion.
So the way, I mean, the way I read this change, or we've added, the principal shall notify the superintendent of any potential volunteer chaperone who is identified as a registered sex offender, which is in our current policy, and therefore, and everything after that is the change, or has been convicted of, or is currently facing charges related to child abuse. Yeah. Yeah, I assume that and will need to become an or.
Has been convicted of or is currently facing charges related to child abuse neglect.
I mean,
Right.
child abuse is
Child
separate
abuse.
from neglect, or is
Yeah.
that all one thing? Is that two separate offenses, potential offenses?
It could be.
No, typically, they put them together as child abuse and neglect.
It could be separate,
Should it be an and or?
I can make that update if that's.
I mean, again, my only concern is, again, we are going to reject somebody simply based on charges now. So I tried to go do some research. It appears that from what I was able to determine, I forget if it was 74 or 78% of cases that are taken under consideration are pursued for charges. All right, of those, it's in the 90s, those that are convicted. AKA, if they're chosen to push, there's a very likely chance that they will be convicted. I mean, my original inclination was I was not a proponent of the policy change because again, our country is founded on innocent until proven guilty, but we also want to protect our weakest, which is our children in general. So that is what I found when I did research. I'm open to anybody else on the board who had any other research or consideration. My first was to reject it, but when they're that high percentages, when, you know, that in the high 90s of what is charged is convicted, it makes you believe that it's taken very seriously to be pursued and charged. So,
And I appreciate that insight, Mr. Kisner. And again, if it's desired of the board, I mean, a line item strike could be as convicted of child abuse and neglect, or neglect, and taking out the currently facing charges. Again, Mrs. Alexander's made continued inquiries of this nature.
Yeah.
At this point, I just think we would want resolution on this. If it's not desired by the board, you guys tell me, and we have an approved policy that was approved back in whatever it stated up top. I don't remember the exact.
November of 2024.
November. And if this is desired, I would consider this a cosmetic change at this point. I don't believe this would need to be subject to multiple read if this is desired, but this is what, you know, again, Mrs. Alexander's brought this topic forth on a number of occasions. If it's not desired, then it can be reflected in tonight's vote.
I mean, I'll be honest, I fully expect that she will come and want further, deeper. I mean, she's made it clear that anybody that's even looked at about it shouldn't be there. I'm not sure. I'm not personally there that just because you were interviewed by a CPS or by a law that you should immediately be off. Now, to her point, we do, our policy, as I understand it, does still say the parent can still go, they're just not there in any official capacity of the school, right? So it does not disqualify a parent from participating in their child's experience and education in these things. Now,
I think your educators have to be explicit to say you are responsible for your child and your child only.
Right. Well, they're even precluded from being on the bus. I mean, they have to find their own transportation. So there could be, you know, some things like that. But anyways, again, I'm curious if anybody else on the board had any analysis on this. I'm not nearly as opposed as I originally was, because those statistics say to me that if somebody's being charged, there's a pretty likely chance that the government has their ducks in a row. But I hardly ever think the government has their ducks in a row. So
I see what you're saying, and I see where your conclusion is too, is that if they're facing charges, you know, that's a pretty significant event, and we're not saying that you cannot attend the event, we're just saying you can't be a chaperone or a volunteer in the school, which is different than attending.
right.
This gives you, a chaperone gives you the ability to, you know, be in a very close environment with students. So, I'm fine with the additions personally.
The final thing I'll say, this does not leave any room for any appeal or anything of that nature. This is cut and dry. Nobody can say, hey, there was a filing issue, like, this is cut and dry. It's an all or
I
nothing.
mean, it'll be more cut and dry in the fact that, you know, when we require submitted background checks, in the interim, we're relying upon self-disclosure.
Right.
Other discussion? So just the only change is just that one sentence,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay, not hearing any other discussion? I call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Next on the agenda is contract review as per policy 8200. This is a discussion, information, and action item. Recommend that the board approve the requested HVAC control and valve upgrade project at West Preston School via purchase order number 2501561 at a cost of $100,793. May I get that motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner. Second by Mr. Hobatter. Any discussion?
Mr. Tatum, I just wanted to indicate, as per the board's request, we have a copy of the proposal, you have a copy of the purchase order, and we had the vendor also provide a written justification as to the benefit of the project. I thought that would be helpful to the board in terms of their assessment of this item.
assume we reached out saying something was wrong, I mean, this is somebody's analysis for repair.
What's that?
I'm saying, how did this get initiated? I assume we were, I mean, I know we've seen some emails with some people saying that the controlled environment at West hasn't been the great. I mean, was this due to us saying, hey, we're having an issue, somebody examine this, or was this an engineering company that came forward?
We initiated them to look at some of these concerns. We also asked them for a justification document. I've gotten the impression from previous approvals that it would be beneficial for you all to have the formal proposal, but I mean, if we can take a step further and really try for the vendor to provide a solid justification for the work. Again, I can certainly try to do this for the future. I mean, I think this is helpful. Give you guys a little more
This
information.
is you, Mr. Murray, saying we need to do something and reaching out to them and them evaluating, agreeing we should do something, and here's what we would do. That's,
They've had HVAC issues over the years.
Right.
Reporting this over to you, it looks like that most of them haven't never been replaced, so.
I know that when we did valve work at South Preston, I mean, we had a ton of issues with very erratic, one room's hot, one room's cold, which is, I mean, we haven't gotten to the point, I mean, still from an efficiency standpoint, because they're electric, it's electric versus gas. But in terms of our ability to better control, I mean, we're in a much better place at South Preston after we did this valve control work. So, you know, I've seen success with it, you know, in some of our other buildings.
thank you.
Is the money budgeted? Currently?
Yes.
We have the budget for it? Okay.
Yeah, I just am holding on the PO until the board's approval.
Okay. Okay, if there's no other discussion, I'll call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, next on the agenda is the levy check report from February 24th, 2025. This is an informational item. Is there any discussion? Okay, not hearing any. Next on the agenda is the schedule of checks to be written. This is an action item. It's recommended to approve the schedule of checks to be written. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Kisner.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hobatter. Okay, is there any discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the accounting procedures for schools. This is a discussion, information, and action item. Recommend that the board approve the provided school support organization application for Terrata East Preston School, PTO.
Make that motion.
Okay, moved by Mr. Hovatter,
Second.
second by Mr. Kisner.
Mr. Tatham, I would indicate that the Terra East Preston PTO, we do now have the requested documentation. That this application was put on hold. We needed a document from the IRS substantiating their tax exempt status. The school made an inquiry and we did finally receive the required documentation. I don't know that the uploaded document has Mrs. Kirsto's signature, but it will be signed. We have everything in place now to move forward with this application.
Okay. Is there any discussion about this school's application?
I mean, I just think the form there is just validating the EIN. I don't think we got any confirmation for the tax exempt status. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
what we desired.
It was what we had requested of the group, I know, was a form.
Validating that they owned the EIN that they were claiming.
Yeah, it was, and I can't remember the name of it. It was a letter.
147.
147.6. I said Mr. Kisner is much more versed in all of the tax documents. But yes, that they had worked, it's a Form 147C, which we now have received.
So is there any organizations that are still outstanding that we're waiting on?
Mr. Seymour, we have at the high school, Friends of PHS, Band Boosters,
Band Boosters.
FFA.
FFA alumni.
And then Fellows PTO is still on the list. As outstanding.
Because I want us to start moving to the next days, where, because there's other must on that, I think, like providing profit loss statements for fundraisers is a must. So we need to get this first step moving and finished. Okay, is there any discussion specific about Terrata's PTO? Okay, not hearing any, I'll call the vote.
Voting is open. Motion passes 3-0.
So while we're still in that, Mr. Martin, I'll just send you an email about maybe the next step that we can keep moving with this, so we can communicate to the schools.
Now that they're legal, the Terra PTO would like to invite you to a trivia event. They'd like people to enter teams to come and compete, high schoolers, like this is.
I mean, the last time I competed in a trivia competition was with a group of principals and we were victorious.
Well, believe it or not, somebody was dumb enough to ask me if I would run the mic, so you can imagine how many trivia events going.
I'll tell you, Mr. Knox and Mr. Hoger, I mean, they're pretty serious trivia guys.
Yeah, Mr. Knotts is.
They talked me out of 2 correct answers though, honestly. They talked me out of it.
Are you an opposing team?
No, I was on the same team. We were talking amongst the group, and they talked me out of 2 that I would have had right. I knew a couple. I knew a 1988 I think it was a figure skater or something. They had no idea. Showed my age on that.
Okay, next on the agenda is the maintenance work order system update. This is an informational item.
I'll just say that the new lights at Terra East Preston's gym look amazing.
It does make a big difference.
I mean, they had them at a halfway point a couple weeks ago, and it was literally day and night on the two, and it was down the court, so it wasn't like at the half court line. The left-hand side of the court was bright, and the right-hand side you were in the dark, like you couldn't see the rim. I mean, just when you compared and saw the differences too, but now that they're all there, it's
2 recent gyms, South Preston and Terrata, but we've even gone further. There are several wings here in this school where we've done the LED lights.
Yeah.
That was a discussion at South Preston through the building as well, because of the greater efficiencies, and they're just, if you look at even the lights out front here in terms of the exterior lights at the front of the building, they're so much brighter. Kingwood Elementary brings another one, their exterior
Putting those on
lights.
the back too, this past,
Makes a big difference.
huge difference.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, any other discussion? I'm not hearing any. Okay, our next item is adjournment. Is there any topics that need to be on the agenda for the next meeting?
Yes, just one. This is not bad, I promise. Ms. Katie Rush and I, we had a presentation prepared on the academic day, Scholar Summit that I'll present to the board on.
April 16th, right?
Yes, the official date's April 16th for the event, but
Scholar Summit.
Are you gonna present it?
we're gonna present at the next meeting on what's gonna happen that day for kiddos.
Scholar Summit?
Scholar Summit.
Excited about that cause.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Well, my son got chosen as one of the 4 at West.
Oh, is that right?
So
Cool.
It's pretty neat. I read that letter.
It's gonna be fun.
How was your full district?
He's like, I'm not doing it.
I'm not going.
So, we'll see.
Second in the next one.
No, he can let him be in all.
I can do that.
We're not letting him be in all.
Okay. Anything else for the next meeting? Okay. I move that we adjourn.
Every time. I'd like to amend that.
We should wait until 12:01 so we can say we had a board meeting for 2 days.
Give me a second yet.
Second. I lied. I said I wouldn't second. I'm not waiting till 12:01 for it to second.
Motion has been moved and seconded.
I may
Call the vote.
but I'm
Voting is open.
Somebody said to me, well, it can't be as long as the last one, and I said, well, challenge accepted.
We need a lot.
That was really good, a lot of information.
Motion passes 3-0 at 11:26.
I'm sorry.